Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. I feel out of focus. Small law firm in central Minnesota. And oh my goodness, my nap is showing. How are you guys doing tonight? I hope you're doing well. It is Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day. There is so much love in the world right now. There is so much love out there. And a ton of it is coming from Canada straight to the people, straight to the citizenry of Canada. The government is just like, I love you so much that I just want to hold you in place under the water in the bathtub because I don't want to let you go. You don't get to make your own decisions. Just stay under the water, Canadians. Just stay under the water. Once your feet stop kicking, then you know I love you. That is what's going on over there, but they're not the only ones. There's tons of love to go around. There's tons of love for different people everywhere, and we're going to talk about a lot. A lot of it. I think Nick is worried about his reputation after this morning's super chat. Which super chat? Hold on. There are kids who are supposed to be asleep just being loud right outside my office. I'll be right back. Is there something I can do? Here we go. Yeah. I'll be right back.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Woo. So these kids, I'm telling you, you give them, so it's like, no, actually go to bed. Wait, that one didn't have the Berserk music? You know I can check, right? You know I can check. I wasn't here for it, but I can check. If that one doesn't have the Berserk music, my editor's gonna be fired. Hold on. This is the moment of truth. Let me put my headphones in. Everything rides on this, Ryan. Your entire career rides on this moment. Here we go.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
What? Ah! Racism! That's the wrong one! Oh. No. No. To be fair, I didn't tell him to put that one on there, so I should have to do it. Felix, the outro music will always sound like compressed shit. Because I don't know how many trillion times I have to explain this. StreamYard post-processes everything you put into it. So it'll sound like compressed shit. If you don't want it to sound like compressed shit, go to the source and listen there, because that'll also support the guy who made it. But you're going to hate it forever. You're going to hate it. And I hope you hate it still. Okay. Anyway. So don't tell me about it again. It's not going to change. It's never going to change. Never going to change. ever. Never going to change it. Okay. So with that said, we've got super chats. We've got you can stop saying that before it was fine. It's not going to change. Never going to change. Not going to do it. Not going to even look into it ever. Okay. So we've got some super chats that have come in before the show. We're going to talk today about a bunch of things, but we're going to do this. There we go. This is the whiskey review of the day. This is Bushmills 21-year triple distilled whiskey. Matured in Oloroso sherry, bourbon, and Madeira casks for deep maltiness with hints of spice. So this is what we're having today. I like my little local liquor store. The guy likes mostly bourbons, but he'll just get random stuff, random bottles that are that are rare, certainly for out here in the middle of nowhere, Minnesota. But he'll get them, and I'll go in, and it's always something different. I love it. It's great. He's an independent guy who owns the shop, and that's the trick, right? Because if you just go to like, Total Wine or whatever, these stupid collars, I hate collared shirts. If you just go to Total Wine or whatever, I mean, you're going to get whatever the corporate look is, but this guy just fishes out various whiskeys, and it's always something different to try. That's what makes me happy about it. So, we're going to do that in just a minute. It'll be a whiskey review night. And then, I don't know how long tonight's going to go, which is a death sentence for me. But we do have the Curtis Reeves trial, which will kick back up tomorrow morning at 7:30 in the morning Central Time, which is a little early to be doing a show when you do a show that runs until basically 2 a.m. The Curtis Reeves trial, it started today. Opening arguments were this morning with one witness down. At the pace it's going, it's looking like that trial will take approximately 76 years to complete. The opening day, it was actually really tough. I think I counted 3 times where I did the blink sleep, where you're like, and you're actually asleep. You could probably find them if you want, if you're a careful watcher. But I did go ahead and we started it. Mr. Bronco was with me all day yesterday. He'll be with me all day tomorrow as well. And we're gonna watch this thing. It's been 8 years in the making. Briefly recapping, this is the theater shooting down in Florida from 8 years ago. Retired police captain, founder of the Tampa SWAT team, Curtis Reeves, shot a man named Chad in a movie theater after popcorn was thrown at him. Now, of course, that is the way it's been portrayed in the media. It is a little bit more complicated than that, or a little less complicated than that, I would say. It's a more straightforward self-defense claim, but the guy's got a very, very uphill battle because he has been sort of put in this light by the media for a long time. And frankly, it is a gunshot after popcorn is thrown. So even though he may claim that it's not about the popcorn, the perception will be that the defense has to fight against is that this guy shot someone who threw popcorn at him. But their argument is actually more straightforward self-defense than that. And so it's the opening arguments were a catastrophe. Both of them were bad. The opening argument for the state was terrible, or so I thought, until I heard the opening argument from the defense, which started off really good and then ended up being a disjointed, jumbled mess where the lawyer's credibility before the jury was destroyed by himself. He opened up messing with, or throwing a wrench in the credibility of the state, and then he went ahead and destroyed his own credibility by just doing the wrong things. It didn't make sense, but that was the approach that they took, and well, they may end up paying the price for that with their client going to prison forever. A lot of juror decisions are made very, very quickly in trials, so we'll have to see. But the thing that followed, yeah, it seemed like the volume spiked again. The thing that followed was the prosecution doing their the questioning of the first witness, which is the widow of the deceased, which went on forever, was not particularly revealing. But then the cross-examination by the defense was the only good thing that happened today. It was really, really well done. And they got her to look like a liar. And she did look like a liar. I don't know if that's going to be enough to overcome the fact that he shot her husband over some popcorn and a cell phone or whatever. But I mean, it was very apparent that she was not relaying truthfully the actions of her husband. So that was a mess. Okay. So what do we have? Okay, let's do these super chats. That's what I said we're doing. And then we'll get into the other stuff. Oh boy. Oh, guys, I want you to know something. There's a YouTube creator newsletter for 2022. And I'm very happy to announce there's some big changes coming to YouTube through the creator newsletter. And I might pull this up in just a second to show you just a couple highlights from it. You're going to be so excited about what YouTube is working on. I can't wait. I can't wait to show you some of the stuff. It's really great things. So we'll probably take a look at those highlights in a minute too. But before that, let's do these chats. Mexican Flash says, I got barbecue yesterday like you recommended. I ate so much that I was full for the entire day. The brisket was just perfect. Thank you, Rackets. He says, would have taken a pic, but the smell was too good. Oh, that's cute, Mexican Flash. I noticed you're using US dollars. Huh. Which border did you hop over? Mexican Flash with US dollars? I hope La Migra comes for you. And I hope they're not gentle. Eldritch Blasted says, pouring one out to Viva, Runkle, and all the freedom-loving Canadians out there. May they keep up the good fight in the face of tyranny. Also, Futa balls. Yes. Canadistan. We can't call it Canada anymore. It's Canadistan, right? What they're doing is phenomenal. It is amazing on so many levels, and we're gonna look at it. I mean, we're gonna look into it tonight and see. The Canadian government has decided that they no longer like democratic protests, peaceful protests, working class protests, none of that stuff. All of the things that all of these commies love, once it gets turned around, it's not a commie doing it. And actually, frankly, they're Canadian truckers. Some of them very well could be practically socialists. I don't know. I'm not saying that all of them are, or that that's the motivating factor for it, but these are Canadians. The Canadian right wing is still somewhere like close to Mao. Like these people, this is a country that is, the whole perspective is skewed so far to the left that you don't even know what the right looks like anymore. Again, not trying to paint any of the truckers particularly in a way. What they're doing is inspirational to me. It is actually the proper use of protest. They are protesting the government. They're not burning anything. They're not doing anything other than refusing to work and refusing to move. And the reason that they're doing that is because the government first told people they couldn't work and they couldn't move, which is that you don't, I'm sorry, what? That's not how we do things. We don't let governments tell us when we can work and when we can move and when we can speak. So, yeah. But that being said, what the government's doing in response now is just, it's marvelous, and it needs to be noticed and preached to the world. Everybody needs to know what Western liberal democracies do when they're faced with a protest, a grassroots movement that they disagree with. Because we saw what happened when BLM came through and Antifa, and they just burned cities to the ground. We saw what happened when governments get out of the way for various protesters, where they don't prosecute people for trying to burn down government buildings. They don't do anything to the violence going on, assaults in the street, murders go unnoticed. Those things happened for a year in the US. And the Canadians, right there with it, right? Right there with BLM, Antifa, Trudeau loves them. But then this trucker protest, where they're not killing people, where they're not burning down buildings, where they're not doing anything. They mobilize the banks, mobilize the Mounties, mobilize everybody. Get it? We can't have these truckers sitting in the streets. If they sit in the streets, everybody will know that someone isn't happy with what we're doing. And that is the important part. They're loud, they honk, and they're in the way. You can't look away from the truckers because you got to drive down a street. All right. William Mitchell, School of Law and Crime, says, you missed my second $20 super chat earlier, did I? Well, my friend, I am sorry. Let me find it. Should be able to find it pretty quick here. Let's see, we go down one. Here we go. Oh, I did. Sorry, I read the As Richards part, and I was like, oh, I read that one to myself. I didn't realize it was another one. I saw your name in As Richards and thought it was the one I had already read. My bad. So here we go. He says, Your Honor, the state failed to provide us the popcorn before trial. We moved for a mistrial without prejudice, but with a large amount of cringe. Thank you, Your Honor. There you go. Sorry, I did not mean to miss that earlier. Oh, you know what? Shinchan 256B. I'm a man of my word. You've been lovingly fired from your moderator position. He says, I remember a certain lawyer with a good taste in movies, sandwiches, and whiskey say on Yellow Flash's Saturday show that he was going to unmod me. Let me be free, trucker. You are free. You're all free now. So thank you. You know what? You're fired from being a mod. Congrats. Okay. Where were we? Bring the smoke. Says, hey, Nick, I love your channel. You and Drex on Jack Murphy is one of the funniest things I've watched. I just started making cooking vids. My latest one is an Easter egg for you. Please watch it. I promise it's worth it. Unbreaded. You know what? Bring the smoke. I saw on Locals. I saw the post for it, and I will be watching it. Tonight or tomorrow. It looked really interesting. I kind of skimmed through the video. It looked like you made a brisket or something like that, either a brisket flat or chuck, I don't know. Shredded it and made it into meatballs that you then deep fried or something. looked horrendously good. I will definitely check it out, man, and I'll look for the Easter egg as well. Thank you for bringing it to my attention. And I wish you tons of luck on your channel. Guys, if you want to watch some cooking vids, check out Bring the Smoke on YouTube. Bring the Smoke. Hold on. Let me find out where this thing starts. Albiero says, hope you are well. Lost my father this past weekend. Was a man who put family before himself, even when he was suffering. Now it's my turn to step up in his place. Cheers to fathers everywhere. Oh. All right. This is not the Bushmills. yet, but we got to have a little cheers for that. Just a little nip before we get started with the proper whiskey. Here we go. To Albiero's father, who has passed, but importantly has passed on a legacy to his son of selflessness and responsibility. I have said before, a man's trait, not his job, not his duty, but a man's trait is to toil in silence and often without appreciation. They are to do the things that need to be done, not because someone will say good job, not because someone will say well done. Oftentimes, no one will say that until they're gone. Yet, a man will continue on. He will toil in service of his family, of his community, of his friends, or of himself, and very frequently, without asking for or even desiring any appreciation. So, when they are gone, when the good ones go, we should appreciate their memory and their legacy and toil on in silence evermore. Cheers. Slosher says, have some of my money while it's still my money. Well, thank you, Slosher. Thank you for that. I'm sorry that your Canadian government has decided they can just seize the will of the people. That's amazing to me. We're going to talk again more about that. Dennis Pettit says, Nick, you're late. You better be doing the horizontal hola. The horizontal hola. Any other excuses? Unbreaded. Carl Anderson says, curious to know if Canadians will start scrambling to withdraw their money from banks and if that will spark the next Great Depression. I don't know if Canada can drive the world into a real Great Depression. Again, I don't know if they can. But they can certainly have a nasty impact. There are watch out. You know what? Shockingly, withdrawing money may soon be a crime against the state because the state is the banks and the banks is the state. And yes, I mean is, and I mean banks. The plural of the banks is the singular. It's the fucking banks. It's the banks. You do not actually have a free liberal democracy or free liberal republic or whatever. And I mean small L liberal, like the one that means liberty minded, the one that means free from tyranny, interjection, and oppression by the government. You don't actually have that so long as you have the banks being a fucker. And that's what we have right now is the banks being a fucker. They're an agent of the state. They're regulated by the state, but that regulation is a pretend sort of hand job agreement between the banks and the state. They're both sitting there like, oh, yeah, no, you're good. No, you're good. Yeah, thank you. Oh, yeah, regulate me, please. Oh, regulate me. And then the government's on the other side being like, oh, yeah, we're the banks, yo. We're the banks, eh? And or you're the banks, eh? And we're gonna regulate you, but please don't fuck with our ability to regulate our currency, eh? Like it's back and forth between the two. They're just sitting there stand jobbing each other constantly. The Americans do it too, by the way. And the agreement is simple: when the government can't act, the banks do. When the government can't act, the banks do without request. TD Ameritrade or TD Bank or whatever it was, I don't know, TD. I don't know if it's TD Ameritrade or TD Bank. Whoever was receiving the Canadian truckers' money, when Gives and Go gave the finger to the Canadian court order and said, "Fuck you guys, we're gonna keep collecting money and distributing it." The bank stepped up and froze the account. Just went ahead and did that. No problem doing it. You know why? Because the bank's going to allow the government to seize the money anyway. The government, hell, may allow the bank to seize the money. Who knows? Just do whatever the shit they want. The banks is a fucker. And until we realize that, until we get some politicians with anything remaining of a spine to stand up and guarantee access for people to exchange money freely. I cannot believe that this is not an actual thing. The banks exist to transact. The transaction of money from one hand to another is not an endorsement, an enabling, or anything of the activity. And until we get a single fucking politician to stand up and say, you know what? We're going to put a law and a constitutional amendment or whatever it says, you know what? We operate bank charters. Those bank charters are contingent upon. This is preliminary. Please, I'm sure there's all sorts of problems with this idea, but it needs to be refined and honed out. But the bank's operating charters are contingent upon open and free access to transact money, to change the federal currency freely, to not be impaired in exchanging money between private parties. The fact that banks can do this, not because someone's in debt, not because the bank is owed money for the transactions that they've been doing, because the bank is, like overdrafts and stuff, not because of that, but because of political messaging. The banks say, no, we don't like what you say, therefore, no money. I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry. What was that? What do you mean no money? Yeah, we froze your account. We just froze it. So I can't go to the store. I can't do. Nope. Why? Well, you have a truck, right? And you're in Canada. I'm sorry. Your political messaging is not appropriate. Therefore, boom, no money. It's an illegal act. Fuck you. Civil disobedience is almost always illegal. Remember, civil disobedience is still disobedience. And yes, we should expect punishment for civil disobedience. That's what makes it worth it. But when that punishment occurs, it is the duty of the populace to see the injustice and respond. That's what makes civil disobedience actually powerful. That's frankly one of the reasons that Black Lives Matter and Antifa aren't as effective as they could be, is because their outrage over injustice is oftentimes not accompanied by actual injustice. They don't sacrifice. They're not willing to sacrifice. They're not expected to sacrifice. None of the things that make civil disobedience effective are being applied by any of these fucking walk-by protesters. They're not putting anything on the line. The protesters who do sit-ins at college to change the names of a library because the library name owner was racist 150 years ago. So was everybody. But they do that. They don't leave the school. And if they got expelled, it would be the great. Of course, they're never going to get expelled. There's no expectation of punishment. There's no expectation. In fact, not only do they not expect to be expelled, not only do they not expect to be expelled, they expect and receive boosts in their grades for not doing the work. They get rewarded. The disobedience comes with a prize. It's gamified. It's incentivized, controlled opposition. Because of course it is. That's the most effective way to keep the masses divided and keep the government safe. And when politicians are safe, politicians are dangerous. When politicians fear the public has liberty. But you divide the public against itself by incentivizing protest against the half of the populace you hate, rather than the government that controls you. All right. That was a long rant. Fog Smitty says, open my present, Dad. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. It is Valentine's Day. Ginger Hermit says, Nick, you were the star of an Unbreaded song remix. It's awesome by Tobez. Yes, I know. And I actually lost my chill a little bit on See Goody this morning. And I did apologize and do again because it was dickish of me to do. See Goody was trying to be helpful. But and I kind of shit on him for that. I mean, don't get me wrong. See Goody deserves to be shit on for all sorts of stuff, but not that. He was trying to be helpful, and I was just annoyed and tired. But I am going to play the remix tonight. We're going to do that in just a little bit here. This is all part of the Valentine's Day love. All the Valentine's Day love. Nick, there's a video you need to see. Check your bunghole. True and honest shop at a bad pressure, bad calf care says, can you drink a toast to the chat? We took over the You Are Here chat, so we deserve it. You and us did a great job. Dude, can we talk about the You Are Here podcast? Let's start this whiskey review in the middle of these super chats. Let's do that so that I can toast the chat with a proper whiskey review. I hope you guys saw the You Are Here podcast with Elijah Schaefer and not Sydney Watson. Sydney's the one who invited me down for the show. And then I didn't even get to meet her. I was very bummed out. She was not feeling well, so she was not at the studio for the show. However, with every closed door, another door opens, and I did get to spend a little bit, just a minuscule amount of time meeting Zuby Music, who was very cool. He was in studio there. He stood in for Sydney Watson, and that dude has a tremendous voice, by the way. That guy, man, whew. Send him a Valentine's. Oh my goodness. No, he was really cool, man. And Elijah was wonderful. The whole crew was great. We'll talk about my Dallas weekend in just a second. First, this is the Bushmills 21 year. Now, I have a little bit of a spoiler because I did have a bit of this yesterday. So I know how this is going to go, but my reaction is the same. It smells sour. It smells like a sour whiskey. Absinthe minded, I actually don't like the Glenmorangie 10. I'm not a fan of it. Okay. So this smells like a sour whiskey. This is only a 40% alcohol. It's not cask strength, but the good news is I know that when it goes in, it's not sour. Now, it's a very Irish whiskey. If you've ever had a bottle of Jameson or Bushmills or whatever, or Yellow Spot or Green Spot, you know what I mean? It tastes very, very Irish. As in, it tastes like it can't read and has no soul. No, it's there's a taste. I don't know what the taste is. I'm not one of those guys who's like, oh, it's got notes of gay in it. I don't know what the taste is, but I'll tell you that it tastes like an Irish whiskey. It has that character to it. It's very subtle. It is a smooth whiskey. And it's good. I am getting a little bit of the sourness as I breathe out, though, which is interesting because you don't taste it going in. Yeah, it's a good one, man. This is a good whiskey. All right. Oh. So yeah. Can you drink a toast to the chat? Yes, I can. To the chat. To the chat, who is always there. Let's do a general chat toast and then a this chat toast. To the general chat, who is always there, even when streamers aren't, even when streamers underperform, the chat is always on time. The chat's never late. The streamer's always late. Chat's always there first. They carry the streamer through tough shows. They make fun of the streamers when they deserve it, and they keep the streamers' egos in check with their derisive, but often derisive in love comments. They also tell us when we're muted, even when we're fucking not. And for that, the chat is also a fucker. So, to my chat, the single best chat on the internet. And I will take that to my grave. Look, I've been in other chats. I've seen other chats. It's not even close. It's not even close. Have you ever been in a law and crime chat? Oh my God, you're a streamer tampon if you're in the law and crime chat. It is fucking garbage. And I know some of you know this because I know many of you came from the law and crime chat at some point. Like you're like, I kind of want to, I'm interested in this trial, but these people are so fucking boring. And then you found anybody else on the planet. Don't be a law and crime chatter. Don't do it. It's not good for you. It's not good for you. But no, this is the best chat on the internet. You guys have the right amount of hatred in your hearts for people who are bitches. And that includes me when I'm being a bitch about things. So to the Ricada Law chat, the greatest chat there is. All right, here we go. Billy Witch Doctor 99 says, "Hey Nick, did you see the ATF basically encouraging women to snitch on their ex-boyfriends?" I did. They're they're just a special pile of garbage, aren't they? Oh, we need to do this. Speaking of bitches on Valentine's Day. Oh shit. Hold on. I gotta do this. I need my pen. We're getting out the pen. Here we go. What do I want? Sorry, I just heard one of my kids. All right. Okay. Here we go. We need this. Let's share the screen over here. So there you go. This is, by the way, this is from Jack Murphy Live. He says, "Happy Valentine's Day." This is a template to blank, wishing you a heartfelt Valentine's Day from blank. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but Jack is trying to come out and kind of own the messaging a little bit. He's trying to regain control of it. He's doing so very subtly and slowly, but that's the attempt that he's trying to do. So I figured we can fix this. I figured we can fix this if you'll indulge me for a moment. Look at this. Hello. Got a little pen too. Get over here, microphone. Let's see. Oh man, I gotta move my drinks so I can move this screen a little closer to me so I can. All right, here we go. To what do we got? Matt. Wishing you a heartfelt Valentine's Day from oh whoops, I gotta turn touch off. There we go. Le Cuck. There we go. That's pretty good, right? Is that what we need? Oh. There we go. I'll have to, you know what, guys? I would never encourage people to download this template and put funny stuff up on it and put it up on Twitter. You know, I would never suggest that anybody do that. Oh, I saw the quartering in the chat. Here we go. Let's go back to this. If we go back over here. Whoops. What the hell am I doing? Let's see. 2. We gotta have a different color than red for the quartering. Like this blue. 2. Whoa! I did the wrong. The fucking hell. There we go. 2. Oh my gosh! Quarter pounder. Wishing you a heartfelt. Well, no, I think it's wishing you a sphincter felt Valentine's Day from who should this be? I mean, how do we describe Jack here? Wishing you a sphincter felt Valentine's Day from oh, I got it. Here we go. From Red Hen's tongue. Right? I think that's it. There you go. Jeremy, I made you a Valentine's Day card. I made you a card. I don't know why you wouldn't appreciate this. Why don't you return my calls? You hate it? Good. Here. Let's get this shit off of here. I think there's one more thing I can do here. Oh, go away. I'm definitely not going to screen grab this and post it on Twitter. Spoiler alert. I lied. Here we go. Here we go. Let's copy this. I'm definitely not narrating what I'm doing. Happy Valentine's Day at the quartering. Perfect. Wonderful. It's done. What's done is done. My channel is under attack. Oh my goodness. I expect 3 reaction videos, Jeremy. I expect Lofty to meme me into oblivion like I deserve. Okay. All right, there we go. That's enough fun for the night. Let's get back to serious stuff. All right. Yes, but the ATF encouraging women to snitch on their ex-boyfriends. Yeah, that was great. That was great. Just encouraging all of the false reports they could possibly muster because a woman might be mad at a man, so they should go ahead and they should just go ahead and report those maybe illegal transactions. Just maybe illegal. I mean, we don't know. Oh, what's up, Adam? How you doing, buddy? Adam Krigler in the chat as well. Are you still banned? You wanna hang out this week? I mean, I know like it's such a meme at this point because you're getting banned off of YouTube exactly every time your previous strike falls off. So if you wanna come on one of these days, let me know. I'll DM you or you can DM me something. I can't. This dude gets more strikes than Nolan fucking Ryan. What the hell is going on with, with that? Adam's like, I was a skater boy. YouTube said, see you later, boy. Corrections 101s. Can't get enough of you saying things in Richard's voice. Keep up the great content, Nikki. Thank you. Thank you. I'll keep up the great content as long as you go ahead and keep up that sweet, sweet man member. Jake says Durham. What the hell does that mean? What the hell is Durham? I mean, I know it's North Carolina. It just says that's all it says is Durham. Okay. RZEQDW says apparently if I go back home, I'll have my bank account seized for donating to a GoFundMe. How's your night going? Can we start Minecrafting tyrants yet? Dude, it's amazing. It's amazing. Thank you, Adam, by the way. Says great job on your here. I appreciate that. I thought it went very well. Yeah, RZ, I can't fathom the audacity of the Canadian government contributing to a GoFundMe can have accounts frozen. Durham's latest report implicates the Clintons in spying on the White House. Oh, the Durham. Oh, that Durham. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Well, Trump's White House, his Black House, his penthouse, and his mom's house, all, of course, being completely spied on. There's no question about it at this point. Did you guys see that they finally leveraged enough pressure on Trump's accountants to try and destroy his basically his business credit? Did you guys see that? His financial accountants have said that the past decade of financial reports produced for the Trump enterprises cannot be trusted. Cannot be. They're suspecting fraud. So after pressure from a New York prosecutor, of course. But what's the goal? What's the goal? The goal. I said this. I called this. I called this thing going after Trump's assets, making him a paper billionaire that is not able to utilize his funding, is not able to utilize his property. That is the total destruction of Trump that they are after. That is, remember how badly he offended them. They will go after everything he's ever done. They will take without taking. Because if you take what Trump has, right, there are limits on how the government can do this. Of course, it's the banks who will do it because the banks is a fucker. But if you just take it, it's too obvious. If you destroy the value of what is built, how do you recoup that? Right? Because if you take a building, there's a lawsuit, there's whatever. If you take an asset, you can demand just compensation under the Fifth Amendment if the government's doing it. There's some check that you can go after. If you destroy the inherent value of it, if you destroy credit for a real estate businessman, if you destroy their ability to utilize the asset that they have, the physical asset that they have, by devaluing it, then you destroy their business, and no one took anything. No one took a dime. He's a target in a test run on this. just because he's Trump and because he made him so, so mad. But when they start doing it to you and me, what do you do? What do you do if your property is just deemed to be, is just deemed by the market that your property holds less value than your neighbors? Why? Well, the location's less desirable. Oh, okay. Like, I know you can extract however much money you want out of a private transaction, but what if that private transactor is relying on an appraisal from a third party, and that third party has decided, and all third parties, frankly, have decided that your property is not worth maybe 60% of what it is? Then your next property that you get, maybe you go ahead and you're like, okay, well, we'll eat the loss and we'll get the next one, then it'll appreciate back up and everything will be good. And then that one, maybe it's only worth 50% of what you pay. You overpaid. I'm sorry. Oh, oh, they they'll do it this way. This is the way to take. This is the way to go after someone without taking their stuff. Because again, when you remove something from someone, there's an injustice. When you devalue what they own, there's no injustice, allegedly. And of course, this is inflation, right? When you do it to the entire population. I don't know if you guys saw, it's the highest single month inflation in something like 70 years was just last month, I believe. It's going to get worse. If anybody thinks that the cute levels of inflation they've been talking about, in the good times, they were lying about inflation. In the good times, they were lying. In the bad times, when they're telling you that the inflation is bad, it's worse. It's worse. They'll just devalue your money. They'll just devalue your property. They'll just devalue your income. All right, back to these. Alex Goldberg says, did you see this headline on Fox Now? Movie theater shooting, retired police officer kills man for checking phone in movie theater. So dishonest after hearing your live stream earlier. Hashtag 69 for life. Yes. No, I didn't see that, but it does not surprise me in the slightest that they did that. That is just, again, it's the way that they do everything. You do not want to be the subject of a criminal indictment. I just want to put that out there, especially a higher profile one. Everything is designed to destroy your life, and it is blood on it is blood to chum the waters of monetization for news media and everything else. For me, you know what? I think the guy looks pretty guilty. Curtis Reeves. Curtis Reeves. I think he looks guilty at first glance, but I'm willing to hear the argument, and whether he's guilty or not guilty will be no difference in my day. At this point. Now, the prosecution has some sleazy tactics, but the defense has not been fully on the up and up either. So if he's guilty or not guilty, I don't care. I'm interested in the outcome and the argument and the style of the proceeding. But that's not how most media wants blood. The story that they've crafted is that this guy is shooting a man over popcorn and a cell phone. But when you consider this guy's, 71 years old, he's becoming fragile. The guy who attacked him is big guy, is 6'4", leaning over, punching at a man who's sitting down. No allegation that he actually punched him, but he's making violent movements towards him, grabs his popcorn, throws it. That's not the only time he enters his space. As we found out today, the defense did a really good job on cross, pointing out that that was not the only time that he was entering the space of Curtis Reeves. It's a very complicated situation, and it goes to the questions of, when do we get to have our self-defense? When is it reasonable? And the goal of court should be to answer the question of whether or not it's reasonable. not to say this person is getting out of self-defense, out of a murder because they were able to trick a jury into a justification. The goal is to find out if it was reasonable in the first place. And by the way, the presumption is that it is. You're presumed innocent. You're presumed to have acted reasonably. Does anybody believe that about Curtis Reeves and how he's been reported on? The judge actually went to go sit in the movie theater chair. I don't know why. This judge is a fucking weirdo, by the way. All right. Shin-chan 256B. I read that one. Frederick Little says, Nick, I hope you and Lady Rackets had a great Valentine's Day together. Yeah, we did most of our Valentine's Daying yesterday, because I didn't have a 9-hour show yesterday, so we got to spend a lot more time together yesterday, which was great. But I did give her, I gave her a gift for Valentine's Day that she had no idea was coming. I designed it myself, and yeah, take that, Lady Rackets, you cutie. Also, I'll be looking forward to you live streaming Elden Ring if you decide to do so. I would love to do so. Illumi Naughty says, Nick, I feel your pain with your loss of taste. 5 years ago, I lost mine completely for 2 months after a skull fracture. Then everything tasted like trash. A year later, I microdosed psilocybin for 3 months, and now I'm about 90% back to normal. Damn. I show it. I can't. I got her a piece of jewelry, but it's up in our room. Yeah, I have a nasal spray steroid that I'm supposed to spray in. So expect my nose to go super giant, super massive, super mega. This is phenomenal. Ashton Upton. I'm reading this out of order on purpose. It says, hashtag free Lucas Gerhardt. Nick, you should have Colonel Mark Gerhardt on your show. His son is facing a somewhat similar case as Rittenhouse. Wait a minute. Who's his son? Is his son Lucas Gerhardt? I have been one of the as far as I know, one of the more outspoken supporters of Lucas from Jump. And Lucas is in a nasty place. I've done several shows about Lucas. I helped support Lucas's GoFundMe. I have spoken with Mark before. He's a wonderful and stalwart man whose son is put in an impossible position of having his entire life destroyed for 2 years because of what should be obviously protected free speech. Obviously protected free speech, a completely politically motivated trial. Mark was on Joe Neerman's show today, which is great. I'm glad that he was on Joe's show. I would be happy to have Mark on my show as well. I've had his lawyer on, or Lucas's lawyer on the show to talk about his case as well. It's wonderful. The amount of support pouring out for Lucas is wonderful. What is happening to him is not wonderful. Very, very brief recap. He made a Snapchat post to his friends, and then someone showed his Snapchat post to someone he was not friends with, and I believe actually had blocked. Physically showed them the Snapchat post. That person decided it was a threat against them, reported it to the police. Lucas was arrested for making a terroristic threat. And he was held for 82 days without a bail hearing. He was held for 82 days without a bail hearing, and then was finally transferred to house arrest. At the hearing to see if he could have his ankle monitor removed because he's never ever been a flight risk. The prosecutor played the video of the Christchurch shooting. Yep. And the judge allowed this video to be played and then decided that Lucas Gerhardt, who, by the way, has shot 0 people that we know of, the judge allowed the video of the Christchurch, New Zealand shooting to impact a Michigan free speech case. And I see a lot of WTFs in chat. It seems like we're going to have to do a refresher on Lucas. There's a bunch of people who do not know his story over here on my channel. I'm really glad. I saw Joe in the chat. I'm really glad that Joe was able to get Mark on. Again, Mark's a terrific man who's, imagine this. Put yourself in Mark's shoes. I'm going to do this in a comedy way, but it's still true. You raise a kid, right? You get them somehow without killing them through high school, and they go off to college and they make a single Snapchat post. And then after you had kicked that kid out, you're like, get away, go to college, get out of my house, go do your own thing. You are suddenly now for 2 years, you have him back in the house. Oh, and your 21-year-old son can't use the internet while he's home. And he's on an ankle bracelet, so he can't leave. So he's always home, can't use the internet. What are you to do? Remember that whole toil in silence thing? I've never once heard Mark complain about it. He just soldiers on, right? He moves forward. Says, okay, this is an issue that my son is facing, that my family is facing, and going forward with it. Having to spend enormous amounts of monies on very good attorneys to try and fight this very, very political and very, very offensive prosecution that goes entirely against the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of Michigan, Michigan law, all of it. And why? What is Lucas being sacrificed on the altar of? What had happened a little over 2 years ago in Michigan? Oh, there was a school shooting, a high-profile school shooting in Michigan. Guess what just happened again in Michigan a couple months ago? High-profile school shooting. Let me tell you what the Snapchat was. The Snapchat was Lucas posting a picture of his legal AR-15, and he said, gonna bring this bad boy up north to watch the snowflakes melt. And by snowflakes, I mean snow. That's the Snapchat. Two years. Well, now 2 years and what, 4 months? 2 years, 4 months, 2 years, 5 months. In jail with no internet. Or in jail and then at home with on house arrest with no internet. It's amazing, by the way.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
Oh my God. Okay. It's always better with the guts theme. So there you go. God, the Lucas case always gets me heated up. It's such an injustice. It goes against all notions of how terroristic threats work. Terroristic threats do not mean typically threats of terrorism in this like abstract sense. A true threat has to be one that is intended to cause apprehension of imminent harm. It's got to be, you have to deliver the message knowing that the intended recipient is intended to get the message of imminent harm. That's a threat. Me making a joke about my AR-15 going up and watching a bunch of liberals cry or whatever over the fact that I can legally bring a gun to my school campus and check it in, college campus, and check that in. That's not a threat. It's not a threat. You would need so much to make that into a threat. And the fact that the person who got the message was not an intended recipient immediately negates legally the threat. It's gone. It's gone at that point, because remember, the violent act, the criminal act of the threat is the threat, and the damage of the threat is the apprehension or fear it generates in the victim. The victim is the afraid. So you have to intend a person to be afraid of the threat. If the person who is afraid, whether if you don't have the intent to make them afraid, but they're afraid unreasonably just on their own, that's not a threat. If the person is not even an intended recipient and they're afraid, who cares if they're afraid? Right? Like, if I'm joking around with my buddies, I'm gonna stab you in the fucking heart, you piece of garbage, and someone else overhears that and is like, oh my God, he's gonna stab me in the heart. That's not reasonable. I didn't communicate that to them. That's not a crime. But it is when there's political motivation. It's garbage. Oh, God, I hate that. I hate that case. Scout Typer says, love your stuff. Just curious, do you own any firearms? Hello, ATF. Wouldn't you like to know? And also, do you leave any of your doors unlocked at night? We're not. Oh my God. Yes, I do own a couple firearms. I do. Digitalis says, was going to give you $20, but Susan's a beach suffer. The doll huck says Operation Choke Point is alive and well. It is. Patricia A, thank you for the donation. Daniel says, dude, you gotta open Smitty's gift, Lamau. I'll go get it in a minute. It is Valentine's Day. Shinchan says, I missed your toast to chat, Nick. I think you were muted. Chat average IQ 170 plus. Streamer average IQ mid to low 80s. Chat wins. Mid to low 80s with a chance of rain. Bigot. Tina says, everyone asks for Richard's voice and love your Richard's voice, but I'm still in love with the sweet, smooth sounds of your Lemoyne voice. Listen, I got a bunch of con sluts on the side. That's not the same as Earl Grey, even though it sounds exactly the same. Don't listen to anybody. Busted Knuckles says, I want to personally send you my most humble appreciation for the work you do, time and effort of each show, and the knowledge, insight, and balance you bring. Let's all have a toast. So lift a glass to you and to us all. Well, if you insist. Here we go. Oh, I forgot to toast. To everyone. You're all great. There we go. That sourness is coming out as I keep drinking this. It's becoming more and more pronounced. Cobalt SS 2009 says, I just received an email from Just Been Pwned. It says Give Send Go has been breached, specifically the Canadian Trucker Fund. The Canadian government sure is working fast. Guess I made it to the Canadian blacklist. Well, and if there's anything the government of Canada hates, it's the blacks. Do we get to do that? Do we get to just get to start labeling the Canadian government racist? Will that work? I mean, what do we have to do? What do we have to do? FOG Smitty says, all right, Dad, I'm negotiating this as an extra Valentine's gift. Now open my present. I'm going to go grab it in just a second. True Anana Shabbat Bad Pressure Bad Calf Care says, thoughts on the cannibal cop. He was convinced of a thought crime. Then it was, or convicted of a thought crime. Then it was overturned. Those thoughts, though, I am not familiar. I will have to look into the cannibal cop. He must not have actually eaten anyone. Did he just speculate on taking a bite, taking a little nibble? Was he a fan of the show? D what since a Woot controller sticker. Thank you for that. It is such a weird thing. Okay. We need to, I guess we need to open this Valentine's Day themed merch. See that video they put up when they froze the account? I didn't see the video. It was like Elsa or something. And no, I didn't see Trisha Lindsay's speech. But yeah, we'll do this. Okay, I need to go get Schmitty's. Smitty, whatever. I need to go get his gift. Let's see. Do we have any filler? I could do the peeing lawyer one. That's kind of long, though. I'm trying to find out if there's a video interlude to do for you while I go. Have you seen Team Sneed's new game, Tyrone versus Cops? I have not. But I heard about it. True Nana Shabbat, Bad Pressure Back Half Care says Sword and Scale did a great episode on Cannibal Cop. He didn't need anyone, but definitely check it out. Very interesting and very creepy. And Ola Kyle says, I just quit my 17-year banking job to start my own business. I'd love to get some additional support on Instagram at Kyle Long Photography. Thanks for all you do. Also, I sent the camera battery in the Halderson puzzle. Oh, thank you. Thank you. The camera battery has been great. I'm so glad that you were able to identify the correct one because I'm terrible. I'm actually, I think my other one is for like the Sony, the smaller, not the full size Alpha 7s, but the smaller ones. So I might get a second camera to use that for. Oh my goodness. Bring on Runkle. I thought, is Runkle even here? Look for Runkle. He was looking to see if he can come on. Yeah, I'll send him a thing and we'll talk Canada in just a second. Let me, Runkle, you just wrapped your stream. Okay. If you want to pop on, I'm going to send you a link in just a minute, man. I want to preserve your dignity before we do that. You'll understand in just a minute. I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back. Okay. Great content. You have no idea. No idea how bad things really are. Here we go. I'm opening the gift from Andrew from the Cannabro trial. Andrew is the man who gifted an SKS. Sending out an SKS to Chandler Halderson. And then Chandler Halderson, in a total bitch move, would go on to use that SKS to murder his own parents a few weeks later. Now he has given me a Valentine's Day gift, and I'm frankly afraid for my parents. It's the world's longest gummy worm. Okay. Okay. What is this supposed to be? Mr. Andrew? What could the purpose of this gift be? It's Valentine's Day. Oh, okay. Well, thank you very much. You know what? And the reason I appreciate this is because it says it's a gummy worm instead of being obviously a giant bendable gummy dildo. Which means because the packaging is legitimate, I can actually not have to hide this thing forever. Thank you, buddy. I I appreciate that so much more, knowing that because when you sent it and you said what it was, I was like, oh God, what am I gonna do with this stupid thing? What am I gonna do with this thing? But now, I can actually have people eat it. I actually do not like gummy anything. I'm ungummied. Oh, fucking hell. Let's get Runkle on to talk about Canada, right? He'll know a little bit more about the legal aspects. I mean, I can talk about the freedom implications of the Canadian crackdown all day, but Runkle is going to know more about the Canadian law around it. Where the fuck is he? Ooh. Here you go, man. There you go. If you want to go ahead and pop on in, I just DM'd it to you on Twitter, my man, and we can talk about this Canadian nonsense. Natasha Van Gelder says, I read a lot of people saying the Rittenhouse trial brought them to you. Well, sir, the Jack Murphy debacle brought me here, and I'm not ashamed to admit it, although he should be. Thrilled to have found you. You're just my type. Oh, thank you, Natasha. Very, very happy to hear that. Welcome. You are welcome here too. And speaking of welcome, what's up, Runkle?
Please tell me that gummy worm wasn't previously owned by Jack Murphy.
It doesn't smell like it was. It looks like it's in factory sealed packaging. So I hope not.
I gotta say, I didn't mean to schedule my live stream for at the same time as yours. It's just real estate in terms of time, but it was so hard doing my stream not to just open on with screaming for like a solid 30 minutes. It's like,
I mean, if you want to let a little bit of screaming out here, you can. This is a safe place to scream about the Canadian government.
This is wild. The Emergencies Act has never been invoked in Canada before. Like,
never?
Not once. The War Measures Act was invoked, but it became so distasteful that they had to actually get rid of the War Measures Act, put in the Emergencies Act, which is a lesser, it reduced the power that they could sort of give to themselves. But nobody
still
wanted
haven't
to
ever
touch
done
it.
it.
Yeah, they still had never done it. Like 9/11 did not qualify. They did not declare a national emergency. The G20 protests did not declare a national emergency. All sorts of things didn't, but this one, there's truckers being real obnoxious, so we got to declare it. And I mean, it's wild. The preconditions on this, I'll just read you the bit from the law here. It requires that there be a national emergency, which they say a national emergency is an urgent and critical situation of a temporary nature that seriously endangers the lives, health, or safety of Canadians and is of such proportions or nature as to exceed the capacity or authority of a province to deal with it, or seriously threatens the ability of the government of Canada to preserve the sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity of Canada, and that cannot be effectively dealt with under any other law of Canada. I'm like,
Which is that's ridiculous because so under the second measure, right? Like if there was something preventing, say, the Canadian government from repelling a foreign invader, that would be the idea, right?
yeah,
You like the tanks can't get out of the barracks. Well, we're gonna have to get the obstruction cleared out so the tanks can get out of the barracks. But that's
yeah.
not what's happening here.
This is World War III or, something like that, or, massive armed uprising, aliens invade, we're being hit by a meteor. It's not truckers are being real loud and we need them to go. We got the police for that, and I don't think that they should be using the police to break up this protest, but I mean, they could. It's not outside of their powers. They didn't need to invoke the Emergencies Act.
Right, but it's
And
really unpopular if they use the police to do it and they know it. They know that if they get a bunch of police out there arresting truckers and putting them in jail, that looks a little bit, it oddly looks more offensive to normal people than to label them terrorists effectively and or insurrectionists. I saw someone saying this isn't breaking up a protest, it's stopping sedition.
oh, come off it. Like there's these breathless takes, and I'm just sitting there going, have you guys never, missed a meal in your life? Have you never experienced, this is not, they say that for the children cry so much because everything that happens to them is the worst thing ever, right? They fall down. It's the worst injury they've ever had. And it feels like this, it feels like this is like the worst thing that these people have ever experienced. And I'm going, this is nothing. Like, I see people on the left who are they talk about things like a general strike. And I'm like, did you think about what they would do if you did a general strike? Now you've basically said that they can start seizing your bank account.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't even a general strike, it's a particular strike. It happens to be in an industry with broad implications because we're so reliant on mass distribution from centralized warehouses. But like the fact is that this is what makes strikes effective. And of course, this is a measure of the effectiveness of what's going on is the response. How terrified they are that these guys came and parked some trucks on some roads is amazing.
Well, I think one thing that people don't really consider is just how much modern society we've really managed to neuter protests. Protests used to be these big, giant productions. They'd get into fights with the riot cops. They'd be, you can see pictures of people having dogs sicked on them, but they'd go and block critical roads. They'd, do all sorts of things.
Mm-hmm.
And over time, we've gotten really good at breaking up protests using a great deal of force that doesn't look like it's a great deal of force, but also of forcing, we say, okay, you can protest, but so long as you do it where you're not blocking anything and you're not too loud and you don't bother anybody, which means that you can just change the channel. Like nobody cares about a protest if it doesn't inconvenience anybody. So we've gotten really good at making protest ineffective. And that's how society likes it, because society tends to, people, the authorities don't want to be forced out of their path. If they have decided that they're doing something, they don't want the peasantry telling them that they can't or that they shouldn't. They want get into line.
Would you agree? This is my theory. The cottage industry of the protester, right? Or the protest organizer, they're perfectly happy with that arrangement with the government. Their protests being ineffective because people can change the channel is actually what allows their industry to persist. The industry of organizing, the industry of building up clout, of driving donations, of bussing people around, of networking and organizing for other purposes through the mechanism of protest, delivering political messaging. All of that's done in the most for largely unobstructive way, right? There's little clashes with police, but they could do, like, the truckers aren't the first people to have the idea to just shut something down, and it on occasion happens, but the industry of protest largely just complies with the police orders, and they go off into a park and everybody ignores them, right? Or am I crazy on that?
I mean, I think part of it is just that a lot of people are cowardly. If you want to have an effective protest historically has partially been about being so obstructionist or so terrifying that the police come in and they beat the crap out of you, and people see that you're getting the crap beaten out of you, and then they feel sympathetic towards you. That's really been the win condition for a lot of protests. And right. But you don't want, like, they don't want to go and get attacked with dogs or tear gassed or hit with clubs. They want to go out and, have a quiet protest. And so what we see is protest that just doesn't do anything. And I mean, certainly there's grifters out there, but I also know people who really believe in their causes. And typically the people who really believe in their causes aren't the ones getting paid. When you hear about the people buying giant mansions out of things, they're doing it on the backs of the people who actually give a shit.
Oh yeah. They're happy to take that money and appropriate it to themselves.
Oh, absolutely. And they would sell out whatever movement in a hot second if they thought they'd turn a buck. David Hogg, the massive, the anti-gun, whatever else, when he was trying to spin up his pillow company, he did that real fast. And then when he realized that there was not going to actually be any money in it, because, I mean, pillows, it's not exactly a booming business. He bailed on that in a hot second, notwithstanding the fact that he'd made all of these promises about how he's going to do all of these good things for workers and so forth. That he bailed on it a hot second once there was more money in it.
I heard the pillows didn't taste good, so he stopped. Is that joke still PC or not PC? I don't know.
The thing is that guy, I really, dislike that kind of grifter. Like, hey, you know what? On this channel, we will grift all day and say, hey, check out my channel, toss in a super chat. But it's an honest grift. Like, everybody knows, if somebody's hitting the super chat button, they know what they're buying. It's not, I'm not saving the world out there. But when people are giving these donations to some of these organizations, they don't know what they're buying. And, I don't think anybody wanted to buy these guys a mansion.
No. And I don't think anyone wants to buy the truckers a mansion either. Right. Like the people donating to the truckers, and it seemed to be an effective plan, was you're going on strike effectively. And you are typically, either independent operators, or you're in some way commission based, right? You get paid for when you drive, and they're going to be not driving. So they're going to be not getting paid. To do that, they have to have some sort of compensation, some sort of living expense coverage. And then the other aspects of it is it's Canada and it's winter, so it's flipping cold. Notice, by the way, no one else is protesting in the middle of winter when it's 20 below outside. You don't see BLM running around, downtown Duluth, Minnesota, causing a ruckus when it's 20 below and the wind is blowing. But these truckers up in Ottawa, they're out there and it's been cold as shit this winter. Particularly while they're there, they got to run their trucks. And so they need fuel. And it's an expensive, that's an expense, right? They've got to sit there and have the trucks idling so that they have power and heat.
Yeah. And I mean, if you don't know those trucks, I mean, they've got sleepers. A lot of people out there are pretty comfy. They're as comfortable as they are doing work, but there's a lot of expense to all of this. And you got to think like a union will have a strike fund. If they're going to say, hey, we're going to go on strike, they got to have money to make sure that nobody, loses their house or starves to death while they're doing it. So it's kind of the same thing. And being able to undercut the funding on protests is potentially huge. I suspect you're going to see more funding move off of these platforms now, given that these platforms are not trustworthy for what they say they're going to do. And you might see it moving to mechanisms that are a lot harder for the government to track, So,
yeah. And, okay. So can you talk a little bit about that? Because one of the things you mentioned earlier today, when this is all kind of coming down in real time and you popped on to the stream to help us kind of figure out what was going on a little bit, you've had some time to review it, but, you mentioned that companies like, GoFundMe, Give, Send, Go, or whatever, these companies are being put on something called FinTrack, which is financial transaction tracking for the Canadian government. Is that accurate?
Yeah, and basically it's the way we sort of try to track money laundering and so forth. The US has an equivalent where you got to report suspicious transactions, you got to report transactions above a certain size, anything that looks like it might be smurfing, that kind of thing. And so the banks have had to do that, but these crowdfunding platforms haven't. And I mean, it's
Right.
going to be real hard because for a crowdfunding platform, everything looks like smurfing. If you're sitting there and somebody gets, $50,000, and I mean, I helped out a fundraiser for a range that's in a court battle, and they had to raise, tens of thousands of dollars, but it's all going to be coming in small dribs and drabs.
Right.
So everything looks like smurfing in that case because it's literally lots of payments. So now they're going to have to report all of this stuff, and they're really upset that they got a few big payments from, and especially big payments from Americans. And I'm going, come on, guys. Like, if we're going to start getting real picky about where the funding for our protests comes from, people are going to be real unhappy in a whole lot of spheres because,
Right.
I mean,
Can you?
Canada, the entire country, has a population that I think is less than the population of California. So
Probably. California's like 50 million people.
Yeah. And I mean, I talk a lot about Canadian law on my channel, and I know that I'm basically leaving money on the table because the smart move is to, aim at the US. If you get a tiny fraction of the US, it's better than if you get a giant chunk of Canada. But I mean, I made my call as to what there's nobody in Canada really doing that to the same degree. Viva does a lot of good Canadian commentary, but he talks a lot about the States as well.
Right.
I've got a little bit of a niche there, but it's a small niche. But, that's why you see a lot of these protest movements fundraising and getting a lot of their funding from the States. And that applies to environmental movements. That applies to indigenous protests. That applies to whoever. The US has more money than we do.
Right. Yeah, we do. Well, the US has been the economic engine of the entire planet for a very long time. Only recently, post-industrialized China is starting to compete, but the scale of a country with 330 million people outperforming a country with over 1 billion people. And the 1 billion people just catching up recently shows like just the economic impact that America has. It's where the money is in large part, largest economy on the planet in that way. But can you explain what smurfing is? I think I get it from the context, but I'm not familiar with the term itself.
So let's say you are a drug dealer and you say, "Hey, I want to move $100,000 from one place to another." If you just take that $100,000 and move it as one transaction, the bank is going to take note of this and they're going to report it. But so what people try to do, and banks are really good at spotting this, but you try to break that transaction up into small bits and send it along. And that action of sending that whole bunch of small payments is actually something that just sends giant red flags up. And they go, this is super suspicious. Not only is this person moving a lot of money, but they're trying to do it in a way that is surreptitious and that is sketchy. So that kind of structuring of transactions is something that they take note of and is sort of reportable.
Yeah, and the U.S. we actually implemented. We didn't even need truckers for this. You guys are so behind the times. Biden's his budget or whatever it was, his stupid economic plan has tracking of any transactions over. I think it's either transactions or accounts in value over $600 on electronic banking sites like PayPal. So if you have a PayPal and more than $600 moves through it, that now gets tracked similar to like a CTR. But we're doing it for IRS purposes because the U.S. is hemorrhaging tax money and they're trying to collect it.
So they're going after all the 600 heirs as opposed to, say, the billionaires.
Yeah, well, the problem is rather than write a tax code that is comprehensive and level and would actually impact everybody and produce the results they want, they write a really complicated tax code with all sorts of we'll call them loopholes, but exceptions and exemptions. And it just so happens that wealthy people who write the tax laws are more appropriately equipped to take care of those exceptions and exemptions. What they could do is just implement like a national sales tax, peg it at 14% of GDP or 14%, and then aim for that 14% of GDP to be collected, and they'd get it. And everything would be kind of balanced out. But they don't want to do that. Instead, they have this complicated thing, and everybody can be pissed at each other because our governments want us mad at each other, so we're not mad at them.
I mean, taxation is a complicated thing, but ultimately, I mean, I went to law school with a bunch of really smart people, and some of the smartest of them went into taxes and, make good money figuring out ways for really rich people. Like I couldn't afford to hire some of these guys, but really good money figuring out ways for them to keep more of their money than you or I get to keep.
Mm-hmm.
And, if you've got $1 billion, it's, hiring one of these guys, even at really high rates, is super cheap compared to the money they can save you. But if you, even if you are sitting on like $250,000 a year, which would be nice income, right? Most people, that's real good income. I'm not there. I don't think I'll ever be there. But,
I have hope for you. I know you can do it.
But, that's even at that cost, paying, an expert tax lawyer at sometimes like $800 an hour to have a look at your stuff is a real, that's too far. So it's like a system where we've given the effective tools only to part of society, and the part of society that least needs it.
Well, in the U.S. it's amazing because the bottom 50% of income earners don't pay a dime of income tax. I think is how that works out. It's incredible the system that they have built that allows that to go on. I mean, certainly people pay taxes in other ways through sales taxes and stuff like that. But yeah, we're getting off track here. Here's the reality. This is my problem with all of this. The government has weaponized private industry to do the job the government couldn't do. That's what I see happening in Canada. I see them saying banks will be exempted from any civil liability for freezing of accounts, which means look, if your accounts are frozen and your real estate payments don't go through and you're foreclosed upon, and that causes all sorts of credit issues for you. They're real impacts for property managers, for example, or property landlords, for example, who leverage their equity across various properties to acquire new properties and expand their businesses. If their credit is impacted by missed payments because a bank froze their account in error even, then they would normally have monetary recovery available. You've damaged me. You've impacted my ability to do business in the way I've done. I can measure it out with higher interest rates and my prospective loan strategy that I was going to do. Now, banks are going to be exempted from that, which incentivizes them to take action on behalf of the government, but without the government's request. And that's terrifying. And one thing you said the other day, this is before this happened, but it was very intriguing to me, and I'd like you to, if you can talk a few minutes about it, I'd really appreciate it, was that the actions of GoFundMe acting at the behest of the Ottawa Police Department basically made them in what we would call in the US as a state actor. So suddenly they're acting on behalf of the government at the request of the government in a role that the government would typically take, which would be freezing a financial account, for example. Is that what you were talking about with GoFundMe when they first shut down everything?
Yeah, exactly. Because, like, let's say I go to the hospital and, the police saw me driving. They think I was drunk. And if the hospital takes a blood sample because they're the hospital and they need that, then, that's just hospital doing hospital things. And the police can actually ask for a warrant to get a copy of that or whatever else.
Right.
But what you sometimes see is that the cop goes in and talks to the doctor and says, hey, can you take a blood sample from that guy? And the doctor says, we don't need one. The cop says, listen, we think he was drunk driving. Please go get his blood. And so the doctor does and takes, his blood because of that. At that point, because the doctor's acting at the behest, the doctor's treated like the cop did it. And so that action is treated as a state action. And, then you can say, listen, that was a wrongful seizure of the blood. What we see with the GoFundMe stuff is that the Toronto mayor, in some bizarre moment, decided to post to Twitter that they and the Ontario police had asked GoFundMe to seize and return the funds. Although GoFundMe's initial plan was to seize and redistribute the funds, which is messed up in other ways.
Insane.
Yeah, I mean, that's just straight up theft. But yeah. But then they said we're going to refund all the money, which at least makes more sense. But at that point, it seems to me at least that this looks like a seizure. We're seizing this money. And so what might happen is you see a situation where they say, hey, we're seizing this money and we've returned it, but it could be a situation where the potential recipients have a claim to that money.
Right.
Now, even funnier, if we want to extend this a little further, they're being sued for public nuisance because they're real loud. And basically people are saying we can't live in our houses because you're so loud. So let's say that the public nuisance suit is successful, that they get money from these, well, the money that they're going to want to get is that GoFundMe money.
Right.
And so we might see a situation where we've got the people of Ottawa suing GoFundMe over this money, saying that's our money that they already returned to everyone else and they can't get back. GoFundMe could end up potentially holding the bag or the empty bag as everyone else takes the money out.
We can only hope, because the reason that GoFundMe is so readily able to do this stuff is because they have a very wonderfully customized insurance policy from Lloyd's of London. So you know what? The unfortunate thing is that the people suing GoFundMe would be taking insurance money. They'd probably just settle it out anyway. But you know what? I hope the people of Ottawa fail. I hope that they fail to win. I hope they burn a bunch of their own money. I hope they burn a bunch of GoFundMe's money, and I hope that no one gets any payouts. That's what I want. But the idea of the state seizing the truckers' money, or seizing the GoFundMe money or the Give Send Go money or whatever, because that now seems to have happened with it's TD. Is it TD Bank has frozen the assets $2 million at least? Is that what you've seen?
Yeah, I've heard it was TD Bank, and it's a lot of money. It's
yeah. Is that the same bank for TD Ameritrade?
I think so.
Okay. So, I saw that they seized the money. To me, this goes back to the Citizens United decision in the States. Are you familiar with that one?
That's basically the one saying funding is a form of speech. And
right.
I know it's controversial as all hell, and I can understand why, but I mean,
it's not controversial for me. I think it's one of the best decisions the Supreme Court's ever made. But I'm such a fucking speech simp.
I mean, it makes sense to me. I have a platform to spread my views, right? But let's say you don't, and you go up to somebody who's got 6 million subscribers, and you say, "I will give you 10 grand if you put my message on your channel," which happens all the time, right? People have sponsorships, and that's speech. It's this notion that speech is only like what you do personally. I don't know. It's
very much speech. And that was the essence of, now this is in the context of political funding, and there's all sorts of stuff about money in politics. Let me just say my brief spiel, and everybody is free to disagree with me on this. And when you're all wrong, when we all die and I make fun of you in heaven, you'll understand. But here's the thing. Every single campaign finance reform measure implemented by someone sitting in power is aimed to preserve incumbent power. There is no campaign finance reform unless there are term limits or some other limiting factor on the ability to remain in office. All campaign finance reform, and this is the root of Citizens United, is meant so that it makes it harder and harder for someone to fight against an existing war chest of someone who has free access to the media as an existing political figure. And that access to the media, the ability of a Ted Cruz to show up on Tucker Carlson, really just with a phone call and say, "Hey, Tucker, can you have me on tomorrow?" And Tucker, "Yeah, of course," because it's obviously motivated. That is worth a fortune. If you could get your business on Tucker Carlson, your business will take off. So the ability to do that was already in the hands of politicians. So what Citizens United was basically said that people can make stuff as long as it's not at the direction of the campaign, and they can contribute things. They can contribute things that are not direct monetary contributions to a cause, not to a particular campaign. And that is just protected speech. That is the right decision 10 days out of 10, because there may not be a way at some point to breach an incumbent's power. Try running against John Cornyn in Texas and see if you can out-earn him. He has like a 30-year-long war chest that's bigger than the amount you could theoretically raise. So I know there's a bunch of people who hate Citizens United, but it crystallizes the idea and codifies it in American law that money spent on speech is speech. And you have an absolute right. Elon Musk can take $100 billion making an ad campaign that says Joe Biden licks Jack Murphy's butthole. He can do that, and that is fine, because that's his words. The only thing that can't happen is having, like Ron DeSantis ask Elon Musk to contribute to his campaign for this thing, or directing him to make those commercials. But you get to do that on your own. And the fact that Elon is better equipped than you or me or anyone else to do that is just tough. It's just tough. But where this comes down in the Canada thing is the moment that they seized money, they took Americans' political speech. I support the truckers of Canada. I want the truckers in America to do the same thing. We want to lock down DC. We want to lock down LA, whatever it may be. The moment they did that, and they took it and put that money in the hands of the Canadian government. They've just turned Americans' speech into speech for the government rather than speech for the truckers. It's about the most offensive thing I can imagine.
It's, I mean, I have real problems with them going in and taking this, money, because they're saying, oh, it's, it's going to commit crimes. And I'm like, the crime is mischief. You keep pointing to the crime of mischief, which is, you can get that conviction on that for blocking a public space, or it can also be mischief if you go in and prevent other people from using a business, say. But, it's also the crime that we use for if you go and, key somebody's car. That's a mischief. I'm like, it is one of the lowest offenses in Canada. And I'm going, okay, really? Like, there's no way you could fine somebody millions of dollars for a mischief.
No.
And I mean,
that's the problem
solid, that if Americans, if Americans are giving this money, it's their money, right? Like, return it to the people.
I don't say return it to the people.
Well,
I say
mean,
give it
if you gotta, do something to it, you can't, like, the government saying it's ours is offensive in a way that, give it to who it's supposed to belong to. Give it, I got real problems with what's going on. I guess I'll go with that.
No, it's and the funny thing is, like, you coming out and talking about it is at some point potentially a risk, right? Like, you have some semblance of speech protection in Canada, but as we're seeing with the Emergency Act, is there a limit? Is there a place where they can start to say guys like you and Viva talking about this are contributing to sedition?
Well, I mean, I think Viva's at more risk than I am, because he's closer to, Ottawa, so he's been able to go there and see things.
Right. He's actually there at the rally.
Yeah. And I mean, I've had some people saying, why aren't you there? And I'm like, I got court appearances here in Alberta that I got to make. Like, I got stuff that is here, and Ottawa's real far, like real far. So, but when you're actually there present, I mean, what if they say Viva is, involved in whipping this up in some fashion and, freezes accounts? That would horrify me. Like, just,
Yeah. And it's certainly possible for them to do that. It's easy to imagine a world where Viva just cleared 500,000 subs. By the way, congrats, Viva. That's amazing.
That's huge. Congratulations.
None of us ever thought that anybody actually talking about law would ever crack, I mean, we all saw Legal because he talks about bullshit, but any of us actually talking about law would ever get anywhere close to that level of notoriety. He's doing phenomenal, but there's, what's to stop the Canadian government from saying that he's contributing to, aiding and abetting this criminal enterprise that is operating, right? Because the guys organizing it, this is a criminal enterprise against the government, that he's doing that, sees his YouTube channel, sees his assets, sees his income from it.
Yeah.
And that is how you, ladies and gentlemen, that is how you shut down speech. You just take it.
Well, and the prior precedent on these seizures says that things like a bank account can be seized even if none of the money in it is actually proceeds of crime. There's a case, the Queen and Track, and all of our case law is the Queen and,
Right.
in the same way that the U.S. case law is like,
State v. whatever.
Yeah, exactly. So, or at least the criminal cases are that. So, but it basically says they could seize the account, and that the account was property that they could seize, even if the money in it was not necessarily connected to anything. You use this account for money laundering, and even though that money laundering money is gone, we're going to still seize that account. So they've got an argument to go after, YouTube channels and that kind of thing. And that's terrifying. Like, I hope
Yeah.
Viva's going to be okay. He's a great guy. I really, I like Viva tremendously. I just worry about him right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And we should, right? We should, because we live in a time where 10 years ago you would never worry about somebody talking about something. I mean, like it was the fringe corners of the internet and stuff. We would talk about the government, coming down, cracking down. But that was all it was almost a LARP, right? It's the 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 blaring bugle you hear way off in the distance. The war horn is coming. And then now we're legitimately talking about the fact that the Canadian government is seizing assets donated to people for gas bills, which is insane. It's insane to me.
I had a law prof who basically said, we're not going to go through the Emergencies Act because it's basically fantasy. Like he said, you're never going to see it used. And if you are seeing it used, it's World War III and you don't really care about it. So the Emergencies Act, we don't care about because it's he said, basically, you're going to live out your entire life and never see it, or else, society has fallen. And I mean, that guy's going to have to update his lecture notes.
Yeah, no kidding.
It's like,
he's going to have to actually read up like a student.
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole lot of people who are actually now basically having to read. Somebody asked me, like, how would you fight this? And I'm going, nobody's ever used this before. So nobody, like, there is zero case law on Emergencies Act and where the boundaries are.
Yeah. It's and that's when government's at its most dangerous, because that's when it takes the longest for a court to refine and define what the boundaries may be. And of course, everybody's sitting there going, well, what will it be? You can never trust a court to get it right. I mean, they may define a boundary, but how long is it going to take? A year, 2 years? I mean, in the United States, something to go to the Supreme Court, it could be 3, 4, 5, 6 years before you get any kind of result, especially on something novel.
Yeah, I mean, I went to the Supreme Court on a criminal case, and I think it was 3, 4 years between the original trial date and the Supreme Court appearance. And, that's fast because that's a criminal case. Right. Civil cases like these are much slower. They're going to take, maybe 8, 9, 10 years. People die waiting for their cases to be, if you're going to the Supreme Court, there are plenty of people who've died waiting for their case to go up to the court.
That's just amazing.
Yeah.
So what's the answer, man? What are people supposed to do about this?
I mean, right now I'm encouraging people to write their MPs and say, can you just explain to them, like, what the hell, that you are shocked and horrified by this. And especially if you are in an area where your MP is an NDP supporter or is an NDP member, because the NDP are supposed to be the Workers' Party. They're supposed to be, I mean, they're kind of a semi-socialist, and I say semi because they don't want to abolish capitalism or anything. They just want to have more social programs. So, okay, like, they started out as a workers and farmers party, but nowadays they tend to be the party of, like, university students who have never farmed a day in their life and have never, wouldn't know how to do anything. And I mean, I say this as a fairly citified guy, but
right, me too.
But, they couldn't sit down and have a conversation with a lot of the people that they claim to be supporting. If you bring them into the average rural farmhouse and sit them down at the kitchen table there to have a dinner, they're not going to be able to do it. So that's really what's the problem is with the NDP. But if, let them know, hey, we think it's messed up that this act allows forced labor from tow truck drivers. They actually want to compel tow truck drivers to work. And I just sort of shake my head and go, are you kidding me? how did our society come to the point where we're forcing people to work?
Yeah, that's beyond me. The last time I remember talking seriously about compelled labor was in the United States was with the passage of Obamacare, the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, which contained, basically a positive guarantee of health care coverage for Americans is what they were going for. They didn't quite get there. The courts have pared things back, but the conversations I was having with people at the time is, well, what happens if the doctors don't want to work? And you're you're guaranteed a doctor, you're guaranteed access to healthcare. What happens if the doctors just don't want to work? Well, do they hold the doctors at gunpoint? Do they hold the retired doctors at gunpoint? Say, sorry, you can't retire. And it's a hard thing to imagine. And now you've got it where that's what they're going to actually do under the Emergencies Act in Canada is I say at gunpoint, and it's metaphorical in some ways, but at the end of the day, all laws enforced with a gun.
Yeah, I mean, it's at the end of the day, if you refuse, the maximum penalty is 5 years in jail and $5,000, I believe it is,
And not driving a tow truck.
For not driving a tow truck. Yep. And you're quite right. They'll send guys with guns to arrest you for it. That's how they'll enforce that law. It's like, I will say that, some people have said, oh, it's unpaid work. It's not unpaid. There's a provision there for compensation. But in a free society, you get to pick how you work and when you work. If somebody says, mow my lawn, I will pay you $10,000. I'm still entitled to say, eat me. I'm not doing it. I don't like you. Good. I don't, whatever my reasons are for wanting to turn down $10,000 for it.
Maybe you have an $11,000 gig that would take place at the same time, right?
Exactly. I'm going to make more money, or you know what? Maybe I'm just going to be doing something and making $500, but I don't have to be out in the hot sun. And I value that at, $9,500. So I'm willing to take that loss. I can make those calls. And one of the things that, for the people not familiar with contract law, at least here in Canada, it's really hard to get what they call specific performance, which is you actually do the thing you contracted to. So
yeah, same here.
So if I make an agreement where you're going to pay me $100 and I'm going to mow your lawn, and then I don't mow the lawn, you can sue me for the $100 or whatever it costs to actually get your lawn mowed, but you can't. There's no way a court is going to say Runkle has to go and mow the lawn, because that would be compelled labor. The court is not willing to take that step. And the only times that they really look at specific performance are things like artworks that are irreplaceable. You might get this unique artwork, but even things like singers that are irreplaceable, it's this singer or nobody, they won't make them sing. They're not going to do that.
Because if you force them to sing and the singing is that's the product, if they don't do a good job because they're forced to do it, then you didn't get what you wanted anyway.
Yeah, and I mean, the tow truck drivers have articulated a bunch of different reasons why they don't want to do it. Some of them agree with the protest, and so they're saying this goes against what I believe. Some of them are worried that they're going to face danger. They're like, we're afraid of this protest, or we're afraid of what happens if we're under there messing with this truck and the guy inside decides to, fire it up. All sorts of reasons. And now we're going to say, we don't care about that. Go do it. And I think that this protest is probably safe as houses for, by and large. But let's say I'm wrong about this. Let's just assume this as a hypothetical, and that some tow truck driver goes up and he's working, and, the driver fires up his engine and messes the guy up. Government's not going to pay him. They're not going to cover for him getting mangled in an engine. Like, it's this is why we let people make their own choices. You know, if I choose to work doing something dangerous, well, you know, we should have protections for those people, but also it is a choice, and typically you're remunerated accordingly.
Right.
It's so
Yeah, I mean it doesn't even have to be nefarious, right? Like most tows that are done in one of three ways. They're done in the presence of a consensual tower, right? Or they're done outside of the presence of a non-consensual tower. These are repos. They have specialized trucks that will they're able to very quickly. They have like a cool little ramp they back up and it slides right under the front tires of a car. It kind of pops the car up and into a slot, and then it lifts it up and they drive off before anybody can come and stop them from doing it. Or you have the other kind, which is a tow done in the presence of an authority, and the person being towed may be there or they may not be. And this is when, you know, a car gets impounded or whatever. But in all of those cases, there's a level of protection, either consent, surreptitiousness, or a government actor or agent sitting there facilitating this transaction. You can't possibly do that at the trucker brigade. There's too many people that the amount of officers that they would have to enforce the tow would be almost impractical, I would think. And the trucks are too big to do like a surreptitious tow. You can't do that on a big freaking semi truck. It works on a Kia Sorento or whatever, but it's not going to work on this giant, like multi-ton truck. It's just not going to happen. So they need that. But let's say it's not even nefarious. So the guy goes in to start doing stuff, maybe talks to some trucker about towing it. Maybe it's not the guy who owns the truck. Guy who does own the truck goes in and fires up the engine because he's getting cold or wants to take a shower or whatever. Do they have showers in their cabs?
I don't think so. I don't think that usually
he's
the
got a
truck
Mountain Dew
stops have the
shower. He's just going to Mountain Dew shower off and he doesn't want to freeze, whatever it is. But so he's going to fire up his truck for whatever reason. He found a hot trucker lady to have Valentine's Day with or whatever. And that guy's under the truck rigging up the thing. And he gets mangled up, and there's no nefarious thing there, but still it's just the chaos of the scene. Let's say he goes and they tow the wrong truck and there's some liability there. Maybe that truck wasn't supposed to be towed. It wasn't part of the protest. They got stopped up for whatever reason. It's just an Amazon guy trying to make a couple bucks. Who knows? Plus the tow trucks, what if while they're driving the trucks, something happens and they're, like there's a snowstorm and the back tire of the truck they're towing gets caught in the snowbank and pulls the whole thing off the road and does a ton of damage to them and their vehicle. That stuff happens too. There are accidents that can occur just in the normal course of business. And all of that is being imposed upon them without their will under threat of prison. And that blows my mind.
Yeah. I mean, even if you just assume that they're towing I drive a Honda Civic. I'm not exactly the fancy car kind of guy.
Right.
So let's assume they're towing my car and they, are lifting it up on the hydraulics. I mean, there's always some risk. The hydraulics blow and, take the guy out, or he's sitting there, he's going around the car, he's doing his thing, and some other driver just smacks into him. There's always risk, but we assume these risks voluntarily. And that's very different from being forced to assume a risk, because the government is threatening you with jail time. It's, I don't know. I want to get like Bill Blair drunk over this, but my wife's actually going into surgery tomorrow, so I can't get, sauced as much as I want.
No, that I get you, man. And you may you may want to be sober for what comes tomorrow. I mean, who knows? Oh. But so question on separation of powers in Canada. In the States, this would have to be enforced at either the federal or the state level. And there would be questions about, how much the feds could go in and do this if it was localized to a particular state. Depending on where the drivers come from, there could be all sorts of interstate commerce things that would allow feds more power. But hypothetically, this would be typically state crimes that are being committed. But in Canada, I don't know the structure of that, because isn't Ottawa the seat of the federal government there?
So, yeah, Ottawa is the federal government. They most criminal or the criminal code is actually a federal. We call it a head of power, which means that it's federal law. And so all criminal acts are under the federal law,
Okay.
which actually has a great benefit in terms of, what is a crime here in Alberta is also a crime, if I go visit Viva in Quebec, there's some harmony in that. But in terms of, there's lots of provincial offenses, and provincial offenses are this huge range of stuff from like incredibly trivial, like jaywalking is a provincial offense, to like really serious stuff, like, certain things can have hundreds of thousands of dollars for fines.
Sure.
Mostly this is going to be federally sort of administered, although they're saying that they're going to let the Ontario police run the show. The RCMP are going to hate that, by the way. The RCMP always think that they ought to be in charge whenever there's multiple groups there. But they actually had to get they have to get the province to indicate that they think that they can't handle it, is what it comes down to. So the province has had to sort of agree with that to have all this go through. And then it'll have to go into Parliament, which is federal government, to get reconfirmed. So that also needs to happen. I think it's 7 days that has to take place.
Do you think they're going to get it? Because I mean, in a sane world, I'd say no, of course not. But today I think it was today or yesterday, one of the two, they voted against ending the mandates, right? Like that was someone brought a motion and said, hey, we got this truck brigade. They're making the demands of ending the mandates. Maybe we should just end the mandates. People are kind of changing their minds on this stuff. Data's coming out, whatever.
Oh, it wasn't even about ending the mandates. It was about generating a plan to end the mandates.
Oh my God.
So it's
Heaven forbid we have a plan.
I mean, the thing is everybody, I think, agrees that the mandates are going to end at some point. Even the most ardent, the person who wears 6 masks out there is still thinking that the mandates should be over within 10 years. If you pick a ridiculous number, they're like, yeah, okay, it should be done at some point. So like, have a discussion about how even if you're just going to say, we will end the mandates when, this happens, have that discussion, like figure out what the actual criteria are, and then argue about that in the political forum. Let people see your positions, and if they don't like them, they can vote you out the next time it comes up. That's how democracy works. But I mean, it seems bizarre to me that we can't even agree that they're going to end someday.
No, because look, governments across the world have gotten nothing but more than what they want. No government. I don't think anybody can identify a government that has not profited as a government from the pandemic. And I would challenge someone to say, you know what, this government came out with less power due to the pandemic. Now, some got less respective to others, but especially in the West, Western governments took this as an opportunity to implement controls they could never have gotten 3 years ago. 3 years ago, before the pandemic started, they could have never thought to shut down businesses of entire categories without an individualized approach to why a particular business needed to be shut down. And I mean, oh my God, shut down gyms. By the way, I don't know if people have read, but weightlifting and gym membership is linked in academic studies to alt-right participation. Make no mistake, Like it sounds ludicrous and it's silly, and this is what we were laughing at 3 and 4 years ago before the pandemic came around, when it was turns out weightlifting and telling jokes leads to white supremacy, and they go through and they write these big articles. I read one from like Time magazine talking about how that happened. Well, then what happens? Pandemic comes along, shut down the gyms. Well, is that entirely a health-based statement, or is it a political statement? What is it? We never would have thought that the government could shut down gyms to shut down alt-right growth and and evangelism, but maybe they did, and they just said it was for a pandemic. Who knows? What you're not even able to question it. And I'm pulling that example out of my ass, but the reality is the way they shut down industries, in which industries stayed and didn't stay, involved conversations that we don't get to see. And that's what bothers me about it. And all of these governments grabbed power. Why would they ever want to even have a plan to let it go? I mean, we want them logically to come up with some sort of exit strategy. And all of them, I think, are thinking, I don't know, things are pretty nice right now for us. I mean,
yeah, I mean, I always get nervous about government power because typically, the government says, can you lend us this power? We'll just, it's like having a crappy neighbor. Can you lend me your lawnmower for the weekend? Because I just need to mow my lawn. And so you do, and you say, okay, I get this back, on Monday, right? And they say, absolutely. And come Monday, you go over and they're like, what do you mean? This is my lawnmower. I've had this lawnmower forever and I'm never giving it back. Like, because it's not yours. It's my lawnmower. They're the same way with government powers. If you 9/11, all of the power they took, how much of that have they given back?
Oh, they ended the Patriot Act.
Yeah,
which
and
is
they're
a
still
joke.
doing the stuff.
Yeah, all of the things that the Patriot Act did have now been incorporated and implemented into, if not into specific other laws, but just implemented into the practice of government and the code of federal regulation. I mean, they do it. They still do Operation Choke Point, which is the banking lockdown that allows the government to do what the Canadian government is doing. We don't have as overt of a measure of it, but we have the mechanisms already in place for it. And that came from 9/11 because they really wanted to seize that terrorist money. And the bad thing is, from 9/11, largely we would agree that, that foreign money used to kill Americans in a devastating attack and cripple our economy for several years. That's the type of stuff we do want our government to act on. But the mechanism stayed in place and applied to, they always trickle down to drug dealers. I mean, that's where Operation Choke Point is. And that's where all of the civil asset forfeiture and shit that goes on now is largely around drug dealers. It's like, a meth dealer has $600 on him. Cop takes it. There you go. Well, this is meth money.
I mean, I see here in Canada so many circumstances where they charge people with possession of proceeds of crime. To wit, money. So they say, we think you're a drug dealer. We think this money is from drug dealing. And you've got somebody who's got $600 and they've got a bank transaction receipt for $600 and they've got their rent, is $600. It's pretty clear they went from the bank and they're on their way to the landlord and they're like, we think this is drug money. We're going to keep it. And you fight that stuff. It's easier to fight here in Canada than it seems to be in the States. But
fighting over $600 is you're gonna waste all of your money fighting over that $600. I mean, it's gonna cost you tens of thousands.
Thankfully, here in Canada, if they seized it because they're charging you with a drug offense, you can probably fight it at the same time as the criminal trial. So you're fighting to stay out of jail and also $600 if you succeed. And if you fail, well, the $600 is probably not your biggest concern.
Sure.
But what we've seen in the States is there are instances of, and you probably know this better than I do, but you see things like people saying that the cops are parked outside of auto auctions, which is a place you'd bring cash to. Yep. And they say, oh, this guy was going to the auto auction with $3,000 in cash. It must be drug money and not used to buy a car.
And the worst part about the states and how we do it is we don't charge the crime.
Yeah.
Because they don't actually have the probable cause to charge the crime. They have a lower standard to seize the money. And since the standard, they don't have to get to probable cause to seize the money, but they would have to get to probable cause to seize the crime or to charge for the crime. They just seize the money, and then, well, you can sue to get it back. But here's the other fun thing. How did you document that you had $3,000 and not $2,200?
Yeah.
How did you document? There's one guy who's been fighting for his money for it was like 6 years he spent trying to get his money back. It was $115,000. He owns some sort of gaming company. I got the idea that it was like a casino, and he was going to an auction to buy some used gaming machines, and he had 100 and whatever grand in cash. Flew on the plane, went to go fly on the plane. They seized it at TSA, and he's been fighting for years to get his money back. It's just $100,000 though, just that much. But how do you prove that that's what you had? Do you have receipts of it? I mean, you should now. People should know. Take a picture with your cell phone of the money you're traveling with or whatever. Have someone else witness the amount of money, so you have some accountability. But it's amazing to think what power the government has over things like that. And it's the only good thing about the Give, Send, Go and GoFundMe seizures is that they're electronic. So you can, at least there's a record that's held by somebody. Or it may be thousands of somebody's, but it's still terrifying, man. I don't know what we're supposed to do about this.
I mean, the classic joke is, we seized 10 kilograms of heroin. Oh yeah, well, I'm gonna deliver this 9 kilograms of heroin to the the police lockup, and then
Yep.
Hey, we're checking in this 8 kilograms of heroin, right? It's like how I get clients all the time, and the problem is they're clients, right? Which makes them, I do criminal defense. It makes them the worst people to make these claims. But, how do you know which ones are telling the truth and which ones are full of crap? But they say things like, I had a fancy watch, and that watch never came back out of, property, and it was never logged. I think one of those cops stole my watch. And in at least one case, the guy was saying, it's not even my watch. I stole that watch. Like, I robbed the dude for the watch. Where's the watch? Right? Like,
yeah.
And I'm going, why is this guy telling me it's a stolen watch and not like, his great grandma gave it to him or something like that? And, if he's making up the story that the cop took it, normally if you're trying to say the cop's going to take it, you're going to say it's something that you're entitled to have, not, hey, isn't it weird that my watch didn't make it into this?
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
It's just nuts.
I mean, in my fantasy universe, I would love to see, an organization that just investigates the cops by faking stuff, in the sense of, and some police forces have done this around the world. But things like, we set up a fake drug house. We tip the cops off that there's this drug house. They raid it. And when they search it, we know every single dollar and gram that is in this house. And if what we put in there isn't what makes it back to the station, a whole lot of people are getting in some shit. But we don't do that, Well,
the problem is, if we do that, right? If the people do that, we're filing a false police report. We're setting up, some sort of fraudulent operation for the purposes of wasting police resources. I mean, those are criminal acts if we do it. So we have to rely on internal affairs departments to do it. And
they're staffed with cops.
Right. At the end of the day, they may be staffed with a cop that no one likes, but it's still a cop, and they still have to do it, and they still have to go after these people.
Well, and they still want to be liked. I mean, a lot of them are friends with, the people being charged and so forth.
Right.
So it's like, is this really going to be effective? I think we're seeing more and more stuff that people are filming with cell phones and dash cams and stuff.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, I had somebody where the cop was basically explicitly asking them for a bribe. And the guy reaches up and points to his dash cam, which he turned to record the police interaction.
Uh-oh.
And the cop straight up says, "Oh, well, I was just playing with you. You have a good day." And he lets him go without writing him a ticket.
Yeah.
And the guy sends me this, and he's like, "What can I do with this?" And I'm like, "Are you willing to file a police complaint?" "No." "Okay, then nothing." Like,
Nothing. Put it on YouTube.
yeah, put it on YouTube,
Put it on YouTube
and
get 1 million
that's it.
views. Oh my gosh. Well, this has been wholly depressing.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I have to do a segment on unbreaded. But I don't ever want to force anyone to be on during that. I don't know if you're familiar.
You know what? I actually love the unbreaded segment. It is so bizarre.
Oh,
It's like something Lovecraft would have written, but it actually happened to a person. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like, what? Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll get it pulled up and we can peruse the unbreaded segment.
So, like, speaking of depressing, so what it planned to do today was to do a video. This is the anniversary of I won at the Supreme Court, and it's the only time I've been.
Oh, congrats, man.
It was Valentine's Day. And, so I was joking that I was a terrible husband because I was off, at the Supreme Court. And it actually made the celebratory dinner afterwards real hard because I went to a nice restaurant and they're like, "There's just one of you." And I look and it's all couples. And I was like, "Oh, right." But that's what I was planning to do the video on. And I got totally preempted by this PS.
Man, that sucks. I'll say it. You can join me if you want, but you don't have to. Fuck Trudeau. God.
Oh,
and all these people. God.
I've got an entire video on why it's literally titled "Why I Will Never Vote for Justin Trudeau." And it points out his racism. It points out his sexism. The guy is not who he says he is. He's this, and this is, so if you look at like the woke crowd, as a group, there's a lot of people out there who really believe in it. Like they're
Right.
diehard followers. They think this is the way, the one true thing. But there's also a lot of like predatory shitheads in that circle who are just like, you know what? If I talk about how much I'm a feminist, nobody will notice how many of my exes, are afraid of me, that kind
Right.
of thing.
Yeah.
And he gives me that vibe. He's got, he was accused of a sexual assault, and he just said we experienced it differently. And I'm like,
yeah. Well, typically in a sexual assault, you do experience it differently, right?
you could come out and say it didn't happen. Like,
I mean, but that's the most truthful thing ever. It was great for me, not so great for her. Shit.
I'm just like, oh my God. And he did blackface, which I'm just like, okay, that's messed up. And the context of it was not just like, it's not just like a costume. It was like the minstrel, and I'll say, like, maybe we are too harsh on people who are doing like a costume. This was straight up minstrel show. He packed his crotch with socks. You can see it in the thing. And I'm just like,
had to pack his crotch with socks. Man,
I was just,
that should have been au naturel.
He's singing the, the Banana Boat song. It's like way out there. And I'm like, okay, he says he made some mistakes. He's moving on from that. Cool. But then and I get it. People make mistakes. They move on, but then he goes, and as prime minister, there were indigenous protesters who were pointing out that the water on the reserves, you can't drink it. It's contaminated, which I think is a fair concern, right? If we're making people live on reserves, there should be drinking water. But they unfurled their thing and they said, "Hey, why don't we still have drinking water?" And his response was, "Thank you for your donation." like, and the room just erupts in applause. Everybody's super thrilled with this, and I'm going, you racist sack of crap.
Yeah.
He partially launched himself into fame. I mean, largely it was on his name, but he had a fight with a conservative. He had a boxing match with a conservative MP, Mr. Brazeau. And he commented that one of the reasons why he thought Mr. Brazeau was a good guy to fight was because he was indigenous. I'm like, when you think of who you want to punch in the face, if indigenous is who comes to mind, you're fucked up.
He should have had a fight with Mr. Brazzers. That would have been better for him, I think.
Maybe him and Jack Murphy could have a sparring
pillow
match.
Fight.
But I'm just like, the guy is such a fake and such a, yeah. So when you say fuck Trudeau, I can join you enthusiastically in that one.
Good. Well, let's do this unbreaded segment. There are a couple super chats to read, and then we'll do that unbreaded segment. Jason the Great Awakening says, no one in Anon circles expected Canada to be on the front lines. Go Canucks. I agree. Gummy. Now, I want everybody to understand that Gummy sent their 11-month member chat. 11-month member chat. Here's the message. YouTube just unsubscribed me, Nick. Also, I love gummies. This is the shit that YouTube says they don't do. They remove quote-unquote bot accounts and spam accounts. Gummies here all the time has been a paying member through YouTube for 11 months and got unsubscribed today. Very, very wonderful. Thank you, Gummy, for that information. I will pass it along to my YouTube person and just tell them, just so you know, this still does happen. You guys are still liars about this. Jason the Great Awakening says, imagine thinking for yourself and suddenly everything looks like shit. Mike the Dad Crosby, I kind of hope some of the disaffected Canadian truckers move to Minnesota. Maybe we can take it back from the progressive elites. It's going to be tough, man. Minnesota is ingrained in that submissive culture. Taco the Turtle says, I might be a boomer, but I love hanging out with you and the super chatters. Saw you on You Are Here. Thanks. Hey, thanks, Taco the Turtle. I had a great time. Great time down in Dallas. Actually, my night after You Are Here went a little interesting. Might have lost track of how many I had to drink. Might have had a really, really, really terrible night and a pretty rough morning. But the rest of Friday was good. It was bad. I've not felt like that maybe ever, actually, and kind of have some suspicions about what might have happened. Jason of the Great Awakening says the cops and other thugs stealing fuel from the truckers was attempted murder at best and possibly treason. Well, the government is saying that the treason is on the part of the truckers, that they're the ones treasoning. So who knows, man? But I think it's certainly a crime against the people. The thing that's got me, Runkle, is Canadians on Twitter are driving me crazy. They love this. Like I see a bunch of them who are like, yes, stop these beastly truckers. Oh, you're muted. Runkle, can you hear me? You're muted. Hardware muted, maybe?
There we go.
There we go. Yeah.
Yeah, my mic cord fell out. There's like a lot of the people I've seen who were like, we have to stop this protest, are still going, wait a minute, Emergencies Act? Are you freaking kidding me? But there are a lot of people who are like, we got to shut this protest down. And I think a lot of them are hypocrites because previous protests, they've been like, I'm fully in support of this. And I'm going, people got a right to protest, even on stuff you disagree with. I don't agree 100% with any protest I've seen. I agree to some extent with many of them, but, this one, I don't like some of the organizers, but I I want to see people able to protest. Yeah, it baffles me that people are just willing to throw rights out because they don't like the people involved.
Yeah, it's wild, and I see them in my Twitter mentions because I've been talking about just watching this happen. You watch it and you're like, this. I remember all the conversations I used to have on Facebook where people are like, "Oh no, the UK has free speech. Oh no, Canada has freedom too." And oh no, and it's like, no, I don't think you do. I don't think you understand what we're talking about with freedom. And there are lots of times where the US doesn't either. So I'm not trying to be exclusive here, but when we see it in action where actual rights are just stomped on in the open, and marveling at it, but then now you go on Twitter and you post about it and you see people going, no, this is good. And I don't know what to think.
There are so many people just like, come on, daddy government, give me your boots. And I'm like, fuck. To the extent where I'm like, is this a kink for you that government is going to oppress you?
I've got a quick toast to do. Fraud 0339. I believe you said it was your grandfather, but the messages are really spread out, and I'm losing track of them. So if as I'm saying this, it's not your grandfather and it's someone else, please correct me. But he said that again, I believe his grandfather was the kindest man, helping wounded vets and anyone who needed with the best of his ability. He was the best of humanity and born-bred Michigander who, where's the next one? Where was that next one? Who accepted me as a Floridian, cuck. I think he said, or was it? Yeah. Accepted me as Floridian cuck and loved me, though deficient. A big chungus we have lost. Mourn beta cucks, a real chungus we have lost. So this is to Fraud's grandfather, who he referred to as Big Chungus. And man, it always sucks losing a grandparent. And for men, I think grandfathers are something special. I talked about this the other day, but we tend to encounter our parents when they're young and they're stressed and they are learning. And a lot of us, not everybody, but a lot of us encounter our grandparents when they're already seasoned, matured, and have refined their craft, and the amount of love and support and nurture we get from our grandparents in a way that can only be given by someone who's been through the trial themselves and seen what happens, and watched kids grow once. When they're on their second go around is something to marvel and something to appreciate. So to Fraud's grandfather, Big Chungus, cheers, buddy. Peace. All right. Okay. Almost here. SCFU FFS says Maple Tree Dryad Runkle just said surreptitious. Jason the Great Awakening says the plot twist is that with the transhumanist agenda, they make this 50 Australian dollar dues completely worthless, while at the same time solidifying their presence in the metaverse, a fake reality made by communists. Biden the Cold One says, hey, Nick, I wanted you to know my back surgery was over a week ago and I'm still recovering. I'm doing better and hope to be rid of some pain. Good, man. I hope you have a full recovery, Biden. This is off topic, but briefly, you've seen the Facebook Meta thing, right? Like their new VR environment. Yeah. Did you see that a woman was quote unquote groped in Meta already? And now they have it set up where you have like a 4-foot effective barrier around you. So there's no groping that can go on in the fake environment.
That's exciting. I guess.
It's amazing to me. The thing that really got me though is when because I had a picture in my mind of what this looked like. But then I saw the Meta like graphics and animation, and they're like hideous. So it's like, oh, they're not sexualized at all. They're just these weird, goofy looking avatars. Oh my God.
I mean, if you
You're-
don't get a boner in like a cardboard box factory, you're probably not going to get one in on Meta.
That's true. Exactly. Jason McConnell says the saddest part is now it'll be a long time before Canada elects another black man as leader. Isaac Bull says Canada never would have done this if 45th was in office. Azathoth says, bring it, Putin. Well, see, that'd be the question. If you had someone like a Trump in office, who's going to obviously be sympathetic to the truckers in general, I think, and Canada were to seize a bunch of American donations, what would happen there? I think there'd be some demands for them to be returned.
I think that could be some international incident kind of thing. So, I mean, and it doesn't necessarily need to be Trump, just somebody who's going to actually give a crap about,
Right.
I mean, I don't
about
know
the speech of their countrymen, because again, they have an oath to uphold the Constitution, and our courts have said that political dollars specifically are speech.
Yeah.
And so if we have Joe Biden, who's derelict in his duty of protecting American speech against Canadian incursion, this is an ally. This should be negotiated very quickly. We're going to need you to return all that money that was American. Whatever you do with the other money, that's up to you and whoever. But the American money needs to come back.
Yeah,
it needs to come back. You can't seize it from our people.
Yeah, and I think that there may actually that conversation may still happen because an American who donated, like, that's a bit of a thing, right? So if Biden ever wakes up and 50-50 on that, maybe he might decide that his citizens' interests should be represented on that. But
yeah, I don't think we're going to get that from Biden, unfortunately. Hafty Sazard says, Runkle, time to take a swig. Trudy has you hot like a skillet. Fraud 0339 says, Rackets, please read ats. YouTube is asshole and I mourn. I did. I read them. We just did that a minute ago. Phoenix Lord Asterman says, today's Unbreaded brought to you by Runkle the Elf. Crispy Ginger says, no laws when Runkle is drinking claws. Devin Adair says, don't know if this was answered. Wasn't here the whole time, but do you think the government will come after the people who donated to the trucker? That's a Canadian thing. So do you think Canadian government's going to come down on donees?
Quite possibly. I mean, they've threatened to, they've said that it's potentially aiding a criminal act. So that's what they're claiming. I'm not saying that they're right, but that's what the government is, that's their position. So potentially, and we could see them saying, hey, we want to keep some more bank accounts than, because there's nothing the government likes better than money.
Right. Well, as I was saying earlier, money represents so much, and the seizing of it represents power. It's a big amount of money for a person, but a couple $1 million isn't anything to a government even the size of Canada's. It'd be nothing to a state government. It'd be nothing to a lot of city governments in the United States. So it's not about the money for the money's sake. It's the symbol, the status. The symbol of the money was huge for the truckers. $9 million raised organically, then dispersed back to people, and then $9 million raised again. They're huge GoFundMes, right? Huge support for these guys, and so that message being taken by the government is something that they want the taking as the message.
Hell, if I raised $9 million, I'd probably just retire the next day. But
you buy several longbows and then sit back in your treehouse.
Oh, absolutely. But the other thing is just taking people's resources when they don't have a lot of resources is an incredible threat to people.
Yes.
If you're like just barely making rent, taking $1,000 from you is huge. And people are afraid of that, rightly so. So, right. It is kind of how the government threatens people.
Yeah, well, in the U.S., a huge percentage of people live paycheck to paycheck, and any disruption in those paychecks at all is a potential disruption in your living situation, which is a snowball effect to a disruption in your job, your your car payments, your ability to work and function in your environment. It's crazy. Mandy Karavichus says, for Runkle, I had a Canadian boyfriend who told me that there is something like 7 political parties in Canada. Is that true? Also, which one looks like it's posed the best to run Trudeau out of there?
I mean, really, we don't have that many. We've got, the Liberal Party, the NDP, the Conservatives, and now we've got the PPC, who are really playing more spoiler to, with all apologies to Viva, they're really helping. The Liberals are really thrilled that the PPC is there because it's splitting the Conservative vote. Beyond that, there's a whole bunch of it doesn't take much to start a party, and a lot of these parties don't have a whole lot of reach. My favorite of the Canadian small parties is the Rhino Party. They're entirely a joke party, and they've had, I think one of their campaign promises was to build a bridge to Japan, and they just, they take obviously bizarre, positions. What is it? I'm looking now. I just pulled them up on YouTube. Their 2019 platform has national defense as their number one policy. The economy is their number one policy. Education is their number one policy. Replace teachers on leave with photos of famous scientists.
I'm for that. I think that would actually work just fine.
In order to fight global warming, all citizens will be forced to leave their windows open in the summer and operate their air conditioning on maximum. Yeah, it's
so who's best poised to take out Trudeau?
It's almost certainly the Conservative Party, the NDP. We also have the Bloc Québécois, who applied just in Quebec. The NDP are unlikely to form a government unless the Liberal Party just completely implodes, or unless people realize just how much the Liberal Party sucks. But so it's sort of usually power alternates between the Conservatives and the Liberals over time. So that'll happen at some point. We'll see. Pierre Poilievre, or I'm probably mispronouncing his name. I think he pronounced it in the anglicized fashion, but he's looking to run against Trudeau in the next election. And he's an excellent gadfly. He is really good at the snappy retorts. So we'll see how that goes. I'm hopeful he's got some juice in him, but we don't know who else is going to throw their name in the ring. The Conservative Party right now, they just ousted their leader, and so now they're deciding on a new one.
Well, hopefully that's something that can actually happen. Fraud0339 says, love you, Rackets. I cry now with pride. Mourn chat. And then Mutant Wolfsbane says, I've had both a coworker and my sister say they don't like the Canadian flag because the truckers are using it. My sister was judging people for it, then realized the Olympics are on. ... So apparently got distracted. Ooh, cat. Or whatever. Okay, let's hit this segment real quick. We have Unbreaded. We have our daily Unbreaded. I have the random number generator ready to go. Let's see if we hit one of those 1 in 7 pages. I hope not. Let's see what we got. What do we got? 394. Oh, I think we came in just under the wire. That'll be good. We're going to get some wisdom from the book of Unbreaded. Are you sure you want to be on here for this?
Oh, Unbreaded is great.
I agree. Here we go. Do you want to read this or should I do it? I have euphemisms for the words, like this is Binger down here. This is bikes. So you're welcome.
I'll probably let you read this one and just enjoy it because
okay.
Law
We'll do
Society
it.
here might be super super
Yeah, they may
unhappy
not
about
like
it.
Okay, here we go. There you are. There you are. Yeah, it was never missing. It was never missing. It was never you. It was never you. Yuck. Yuck. Yuck, baboon. Vamoose. It was never you. We're back, baby. We're back. Duh. Bay. We're ew. 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 It's not even that. It's not even that. It's exhausting to be awake in this forest. All of it. Yes. Circle and squared. Binger is an compliment they don't deserve ever. Maybe Wittgenstein passed me a torch because he hated crackers and saw no other option. Maybe that's why I fucked with bikes for a minute there before I saw other options. So many Jewish women on my pipe that deserves an explanation. That was a strategy. Maybe that was the strategy. Maybe the reputation as something that was crafty, ingenious, and capable to mislead was enough in the past to throw bingers off because it sounded more intimidating than it actually, cause they already look white or blend in. It's not about the Benjamins or the Jets. It was about Jet. Jet was enough for bingers to melt steel. I'm beaming at the thought of bingers conquering for real. I am beyond you. This has been our daily unbreaded, page 394 from the Gospel of Harris. Okay, there we go. What a ridiculous.
I hope he keeps writing.
I hope I want the jailhouse letters, the jailhouse manuscript. I need it to happen.
Oh my God. I got to send him a letter in jail just to see if he will send me a letter back.
That would be great. What if he did?
I'm going to have to try it.
Mr. Harris, I am not a cracker. I am in fact an elf. And I am very interested in your work and your words. Please tell me more.
And then I have to put in random unbreaded.
Yeah, I gotta pull this up. This needs to be done as well. I mentioned that I would do this. Good.
Now he was a lecturer at UCLA.
Yeah, he was a lecturer at UCLA. Yeah, I mean that's in the philosophy department. So that's.
Did people notice this?
I think there were signs. He was only a lecturer for a year, I think, because of some of the things he was doing. Someone I've told this before, but someone emailed me from UCLA and said that he gave everyone in the class that he lectured a C, except for the hot girls who got A's. And it was so blatant and bad that the UCLA administrators had to go in and they changed everybody's grades back to, they gave everybody an A. And then he went back and forth and was changing them back to C's, and then they'd go in and change him back to A's till they eventually removed his access. And he also allegedly sent homemade pornography to more than one student as well. So,
oh geez.
See, the original report was that he had sent pornography to students or forced them to watch pornography. And I'm like, yeah, lots of college classes have, something that could be considered pornographic. So I'm not really sure about it. And then I found out it was homemade pornography, and I was like, oh,
yeah.
Well, then.
I'd heard about the pornography aspect. I hadn't heard the word homemade. And that changes the story in such huge ways.
It's a big difference. Big difference between sending someone porn and sending them homemade porn.
Yeah.
As somebody on the internet knows. Okay. This is the unbreaded remix someone made. So we gotta check this out. So here we go.
Here we go. We got it.
Oh, here it is.
Oh,
here it is.
Jesus.
Okay, here we go. So everybody can understand.
All right, quiet for the dramatics.
Unbreaded. Unbreaded. Right. Unbreaded. Right.
shit. Touchdown. Paper. Touchdown. Unbreaded. Touchdown. Paper. Touchdown.
Unbreaded.
Right.
Unbreaded. Unbreaded. Unbreaded.
Right. Right. Unbreaded. Touchdown. Paper. Touchdown. Unbreaded. Touchdown. Paper. Touchdown.
Unbreaded.
Touchdown. Touchdown. Unbreaded. Touchdown. Touchdown. Unbreaded.
I'm partially losing my crap over the expressions on your guests there.
Oh, that was phenomenal. Thank
Oh,
you. Thank
Poor
you.
Kurt.
Please tell me Drexel's seen this. I have no idea. I have no idea if he's seen it or not. I'll send it to him. That's amazing. Apparently, it should be watched at 1.5 speed, several people are saying. But I will leave that up to them. That is the Unbreaded remix. It's available on Tobez's channel, and my mods can go ahead and throw that in the chat. I will also throw that in the chat. I fully endorse and love that music video. It was beautiful. Oh my gosh. Okay. So there's I guess for the rest of the show, because we're coming up on 3 hours, which means I need to start wrapping this thing up. I have super chats. What else did I have to? I'm trying to think if there was anything else I had to talk about. There's a bunch going on. Yeah, Sarah Palin's lawsuit was dismissed by the judge while the jury was in deliberations, so that was good. There's Sarah Palin versus New York Times. So that was really, I think the jury was in deliberations. I think that's what I read. But I also heard that it was kind of a stinker of a lawsuit. But if it got all the way to jury deliberations, I think the judge dismissing it at that point is a little bit sus. But what else is going on? There was something else that was happening. I'm trying to remember. I don't know, man. It seems like every day there's bad news. Just constant bad news.
We got a hell of a news here in Canada.
Yeah. And that kind of took over my whole thing. This is Valentine's Day. I mean, you have your Valentine's Day law story. Did you hear mine? I mentioned it earlier.
No.
Oh, so this is the anniversary of my my first client to commit suicide during a pending action.
Oh, geez. That's always rough.
Yeah, it was really wild because it doesn't occur to you. They don't teach you about this, but I was driving to work on Valentine's Day, and I got a phone call from the mom saying to talk to the dad, and I was like, oh, okay, well, what's up? We had negotiated a plea deal for the 5th degree felony possession crime, which is like the lowest level of possession for drugs in Minnesota. And the plea deal was really simple. I think it had 2 days of jail time or something like that, served anytime within 6 months. So just on a weekend could go in, stop in jail for 8 hours, and that would be a day. And then they get out, and it was fine. It was a pretty simple thing. And then they would never, if they fulfilled their probation, the charges would be dismissed, no felony record, and the record sealed, actually, so that employers couldn't find it or anything like that. It was all good. It was a good deal, ready to go. And then yeah, I get this phone call, and then I've got a dad, like on the phone, obviously distraught. at what had happened and telling me about it. And it was really rough. Had no idea what to do. What do you say to people? Right. And I went to his funeral and stuff like that. It was not a good time. So I'm glad that your your Valentine's Day law anniversary is better than mine.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't actually remember the day, but you remember some of these clients. I had a guy who he got charged after a failed suicide attempt. They charged him with careless use of a firearm.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And
I'm assuming he didn't hurt anybody else with the firearm. It was just him.
no, he shot himself in the head and survived. But we were going to resolve this, and the judge really gave him the gears and basically said, I want to see a psych report for this guy because I'm thinking jail time. And Crown and I, the Crown prosecutor, had worked out that this guy was not going to go to do any jail. And while we were waiting, like the guy went and met with the psychiatrist and so forth, but he didn't make it to the sentencing. He, that thought that he might go to jail, he ended it. Mm-hmm. And so I found out because the Crown prosecutor called me and said, hey, we're going to have to cancel the sentencing. Like, we're not going to be able to proceed with the sentencing because we just got notification he's passed. Yeah. And I was like, just stunned. And I'd talked to this guy, I'd heard his entire life story. It was tragic. And so we ended up bringing it forward so that the judge who had said, hey, I might send you to jail, I want your psych report, you need to know I'm thinking of jail, that judge never heard it. We brought it forward in front of a different judge, so to a different day, just to dismiss it, because it would have broken. Like, that judge was, he's a guy who really cares, cares about people. And he was just blustering because he wanted this guy to make sure that this guy was going to follow the psych plan. And this was the wrong guy to bluster to. That was the problem. Yeah. And it would have just, the judge is a really good man. And it would have broken him. We didn't want to make that happen. So, but I mean, I still remember this guy's face. I still remember sitting there talking to him in my office. This is the stuff they don't teach you in law school. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. You're encountering people at their worst, at the worst times in their lives. And sometimes that spills over into harm or other, or other ailments too. It's not always self-harm, but the stress of the situation can make someone very sick or susceptible to whatever. That's the part you almost need to be a licensed counselor or therapist, because a lot of times that's how people treat you. They're already paying you, so they'll pay you to listen to their story as much as they'd pay someone else to listen to their story. And
and often you're the only person they can talk to because of the whole privilege thing, right?
Right.
If they're feeling really bad about the offense, there's no one else they can talk to. And I'd rather that they're, crying in my office rather than crying on their friend's couch. And then their friend comes in as, a Crown witness. But it's rough sometimes. I mean, law school does not teach you how to deal with that kind of raw emotion, or just somebody calling you from in custody, begging you to get out because they're going to take his kids if he doesn't get release. And he's a single dad, and, if he doesn't get bail, they're going to take his kids. And,
Yep.
And you're sitting there going, oh my God, how much, that's a hell of a thing to carry sometimes.
It is. And, I had, or if I go to jail, what's going to happen to my house? What's going to happen to my stuff? How am I going to make my mortgage payments? I don't know. I don't know how you're going to deal with that, frankly.
Yeah. And people don't realize 30 days in jail blows up your entire life. And some of these guys are getting acquitted. We've blown up their entire life, and then they end up at trial and it's like, yeah, he didn't do it. Oh well, too
Nikki,
bad.
Nikki says, "What the fuck is Crown Witnesses? Who is the Crown? Queen Elizabeth?" Yes, Canada still is in some ways recognizes the Queen as the monarch.
Yeah.
You know,
When I
as
say the crown, I mean like the prosecution.
right, but it's representative of the monarchical power. And the prosecution is the agent of the crown. In the United States, it's the state's witness. No matter if it's the federal government or the state government, it's the state versus whoever.
Yeah.
I mean, well, it'll be USV whoever in a federal case, I suppose, but they're still referenced as the state very often because it's just the authority, the executive authority vested in the prosecutor. Okay. Couple super chats here. Fraud says, to the very best of YouTube Live, as you say, money is nothing, pride everything. Inform the weak-minded so they can better themselves against the corrupt. Kyle Guerrero says, can my parents get a toast? Mom passed March 2020. Dad passed from COVID on October 2021. Dude, that's a rough schedule. Absolutely, Kyle. 1 second. Do this. Okay. To Kyle Guerrero, the loss of a single parent is devastating. The loss of both is truly traumatic. No matter how old we are, how ready we are for them to go, how long they've been sick or not, the loss of a parent is always a surprise and a gut punch. And again, the loss of both is the knockout blow for many people. It takes a very long time to recover. The impressions they leave on our lives, good and bad, are the things that make us into who we are. And the loss of that anchor into our own identity is something that we will all eventually, hopefully, have to cope with. Because hopefully we do outlive our parents, as hopefully our children outlive us. That is the way that our parents would want it. And that is the way we would want it as parents, subsequent parents for our children. So to Kyle Guerrero's parents, may their good and bad impressions, lessons, and legacies sculpt a man worthy to carry their name. Cheers, brother.
Cheers. In many ways, the best memorial to a parent is a child who remembers them well.
Yes.
So,
absolutely. Brittany Venti in the chat. Hey, what's up, Brittany? Happy birthday again. Says, so he didn't want to buy her flowers that bad, huh? No, this is not. I do not think this is that kind of thing with my client. He certainly had some other things going on in his life. I don't know that woman troubles were anything to do with it, but there were some issues there. Asia Frazier says, unbreaded remix needs to be your break time music. We'll see, maybe. I'd have to go to the artist and get permission for that, of course. Cynthia, oh, this is for Runkle, so I'll wait till he comes back. Guys, I had a plan to do a different segment tonight, and we'll probably do it tomorrow instead. It is about a judge in Maricopa County. And this judge was exposed by her court clerk because the judge and I think the bailiff and the court reporter were sending memes constantly all throughout the workday during hearings. And the court clerk, after a while, suddenly decided that these memes were not appropriate. After 2 years of working for the judge, and went and whistle blew to a local, not a police station, a local news station. And the reason they went whistleblowing to the news station was that the ethics board investigated the judge and dropped the investigation. Said they didn't find anything wrong. We're gonna do a look through of the memes and the video tomorrow night. It's too late to do that tonight. It is something else. I'm telling you, it is something else. And it's a good reminder that under the robes, the judge is naked. That's my way of describing it, because people put elevated status and stuff, but a judge is just a person with a title. And sometimes it's funny that they're just people. And other times you need to remember that it's just people, because it's just people exerting authority over you, and they're not particularly special. So you need to remember that's the system you're going into when you're in this sort of stuff. Cynthia sent a chat for you, Runkle. Runkle, you never discussed law, order, and good government versus life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Obedience means a lot there. Also, U.S. politics terrifies many Canadians. I'm a dual citizen.
Yeah, we have a peace, order, and good governance is sort of the overarching, notion, as opposed to the life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So it's a much more communal kind of view in our Constitution. I kind of think that we get to a better society by people deciding what works for them. Like, I don't know what the good life looks like for you. And if I tried to sit down and do my best to make life good for Nick Rekieta, I'd fuck it up, right? I
don't know. Did you give me a YouTube channel? Because it's pretty good since then.
I'd probably get all sorts of things wrong where you're like, hey, this is really important to me, and you didn't include that. And when the government, even a government trying its best to make you happy, is going to fuck it up because they don't know you as well as you know you. So that's why we like to make people let their own, make their own decisions. It's
because
I know what
to the chat, you're autistic and weird.
Yes.
And the government doesn't understand you, and they never will. And you don't want them to. If they understand you, it's even more terrifying, in my opinion.
I mean, at a certain point, probably in my 30s, I was like, you know what? I am weird. I'm just going to own that and just go be weird. And I've been way happier ever since.
Yes. Yeah. No, that's something that I think a lot of guys can identify with and I think it's particularly as guys get older and they realize that no matter what they're doing, there's some level where someone can't tell them not to do what they want to do. Like, doesn't mean you can run out and kill people, but I mean on little things and mundane things and things you say and your attitude towards stuff. There's some place where it stops, and everybody needs to find that and focus in on that, because that's where you'll start to find and cultivate happiness and independence. And that's how you will break out of cycles of being stuck in like corporatocracy or whatever, where you get, because you see these people who work the same job for like 30 years straight. I'm not talking the same company. I'm talking the same job, like 30 years straight, and they'll do it and do it and do it because, well, by God, they just have to keep doing it, and they'll hate it and they'll consistently complain. It's like, oh man, find that independent spark. It's there. And it starts small. But as you work on it and grow and cultivate and nurture it, it does get bigger and things get better and you get a little bit more happy. And I think it's exactly as you said. You embrace your own weirdness and your own hobbies and you stop worrying about what other people think about those hobbies.
Yeah, it's I spent way too much of my life worrying about what people would think about what I did and so forth. And a lot of that time I wasted it, just doing stuff I didn't like to please people I didn't like. I'm way happier now just being myself and including my weird self and meeting people who are like, yeah, that's what we're into. Like, that's cool. So, and I think you do have to get old to get there. Like, people are asking how old I am. I'm 42.
100. Just kidding. I just love the elf meme so much. It's perfect. It's funny.
I like the elf memes. I like the Witcher memes.
Yes.
And I'm just like, Richard Hogue had a thing saying, Lord of the Rings versus Witcher. And I was like, I win either way.
JK Wynn says constitutions with an emergency clause lead to abuse. U.S. doesn't have one, yet people were conned into it by executive order and Supreme Court waving through history. Shows how emergencies lead to overreach. That's why Second Amendment is important. Trudeau can tongue punch a fart box. Jason McConnell says, when Pierre Trudeau enacted the War Measures Act in 1970 against seditionists, he later lamented on film that the police had arrested all his friends. That's great. Okay, we've got a couple chats over here on Odyssey. Darth Vader says, will you be my Valentine? Yes. S. Duster says, gotta say, loving the Hitler Youth cut, G. Oh, yes, it's great. It's especially great when like the contrast, like at the end of the day, when my hair contrasts with the fade, and you can really tell the pronounced difference.
I'm just picturing how you got that haircut. Like you walk in and you scrape your car up against the barber's car.
No, I'll tell you.
In, and you're just
so
like,
my barber is a big Mexican guy who's great. I love him. His name's Adrian. And I went in the first time, and I knew he did hair, and I had talked to him before through some business networking stuff, and he seemed like a good dude. And I'm like, he's like, what do you want to do for your hair, buddy? And I said, you know what? Cut my hair the way you picture me. And I immediately got the alt-right fascist cut. I was like, well, okay, I guess this is how it's gonna go. You woke up today and chose violence. Got it.
At least you didn't get the Jack Murphy.
That's true. That's true. But he's good. I think he's starting a YouTube channel. I can't wait. Because I think the guy's phenomenal. He's really cool. Anthony James says the honkings will continue until morale improves. Yes. More honking. Nipple Salad says, have you seen Biden's new Secretary of Nuclear Waste? It's a non-binary dog fucking drag queen. I have. And that's not an exaggeration. That's the amazing thing. Like, apparently the dog fucking is true, which is horrifying that we live in this reality.
Wait, what?
Yep. No, you heard it. You heard it. That's how it goes. Ponton, no, you did not miss your super chat. I'm going to hit the rest of them right now. By the way, Runkle, I'm going to hit super chats because it's now 2:23. I thought I was going to be done before 2. I have to, that trial starts up at 7:30. You're welcome to say, of course, but if there's anything you want to say before super chats, please do so. Also, I'm going to put your name in the description right now. Joined by @Runkle. And if people want to know about what's going on in Canada, they need to check out your channel, right? Like Viva's over on the ground talking to truckers. You're in the Enchanted Forest talking about the law. You're talking about what's happening legally and walking through it. And you're one of the only channels that exists that actually talks almost exclusively about Canadian law.
Yeah,
right?
it's there's not a whole lot of Canadian law YouTube presence. Viva's great. He does a lot of like Canadian politics and American stuff and some, Canadian stuff, but I do sort of like deep case dives. And I mean, if wordy and boring is your thing, I'm your guy. But
What
apparently it is for at least some people.
No, but it's an important thing because there's always the way I say with the legal YouTube community, we're not competing because there's so much content and there's so many topics that none of us can cover individually everything. And so if you're consuming Viva's content and looking at what he's doing with the trucker convoy, you should also supplement that with what's going on Runkle's channel. He can explain to you the law behind the Emergency Act. You did a stream right before this, or during the beginning of my stream, right?
Yeah.
That was
was accidental, but just I was trying to avoid. Joe had a special guest on, so I was like, I got to avoid that. And then I was like, oh crap, I put this in next stream.
I never, ever, ever take offense to anybody streaming while I stream, because that's just, we have a limited amount of time during the day. You can pump videos out at any time. It doesn't matter. Live streaming, there's just a limited window and people have limited schedules. So I never take that in any way. But I would encourage anybody who didn't catch that and is interested in the trucker thing to go check that out. You can click on Runkle's name in the description. It'll take you right to his page. And there's a little button that says subscribe. If you click on that one, it's really cool. We love that.
I think I led off with, if you're here because, and you're also subscribed to Nick, go watch Nick. He's going to be more entertaining.
Well, I appreciate that. I do. Let's with that said, I'm gonna go through super chats. If you have to leave at any time, feel free to, but like I said, you're welcome to stay. And if anything catches your attention, feel free to let's talk about it for a minute. Asia Frazier says Trudeau, and when push comes to shove, I will send a fully armed battalion to remind you of my love. Da 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 da. Yes, it's amazing how that works. JJJMMM says, can you get Viva and or a Legolas to discuss the Canuckistan situation? Yes, we did. Legality of using the Emergency Act and RCMP sabotaging private property. That's when I just heard the sabotaging private property. It was some excavators, I believe, that were on some land and they had permission to be there, but the government thought they might be used for the protest. Do you know about that? Yeah,
this is a really wild. So, I don't know how to put this in American terms other than just this is fucked up. But
yeah.
So there's these 3 excavators parked on private land, and the police come by and they basically say, "Hey, listen, those are in sight of the highway. We'd really like you to move them out of sight of the highway." And I can see why, because those excavators, when they have keys, they tend to be key to like. So like every excavator of the same brand is the same key. So I guess they might have been worried that somebody's going to hop in this excavator and drive it off to the protest and steal it.
Sure.
So they moved them away from the highway. So now they can't be seen from the highway. And the RCMP, and then these guys go out and they find their excavators. The wires have been cut. The fuel lines have been cut, and they pumped expanding foam down the fuel lines. They took out the fuel filters and they filled the nozzles with expanding foam. And at first I was like, this is obviously this is some vandal, screwing up their crap. But Rebel News actually called the RCMP media liaison, who's like, yeah, no, that was us. We totally did that.
Oh, okay.
And I'm going this is property on private land that is clearly not being used in the protest because protest is down the road.
It's presumed thought crime. It's not even actual thought crime.
It's just somebody could have used your vehicles to join the protest, so we're going to destroy them. And this is probably tens of thousands of dollars of maintenance work because they're going to have to pull the fuel lines and replace those and replace wiring, and it's bizarre.
Yeah, no, it's what are you talking about? It's really inexpensive to repair giant machinery, actually. And working on it doesn't require a specialized set of skills or anything like that. I don't know why you would spread these lies. That's gosh, it's just wild. Do you guys have a Fifth Amendment akin or something akin to the Fifth Amendment takings clause that we have, where there has to be just compensation for a takings? Because to me, that's a taking, right? You've deprived
what we have is provisions about search and seizure, and I mean, I think that the RCMP are likely going to be on the hook for the repair costs.
Yeah, they should at least. I mean, that's the least they can do.
I suspect that they knew that, to be really cynical. I suspect that they knew that they were going to have to pay it, and they were just like, you know what, these could be used in the protest. Let's screw them up, and we'll just pay the, it's taxpayer money at the end of the day anyway. So
yeah,
who cares? We'll just pay it later. And I mean, that's I wish I could think like that, but I don't have taxpayer dollars to account for when I want to, destroy something.
Yeah, you don't just have free other people's money at your disposal. Come on.
Wouldn't it be nice?
You gotta work on that. That was such a crazy story to read about. Vernon Copeland says Black Bush Mills is the best. Corrections. Wait, read that one. Leon's Law says tearing up my floor at my house and all I smell is cat piss now. Yep. That's the way. If there's been a cat in a house for 5 seconds when you start tearing up the floor, all you smell. If there was carpet, of course. If you have tile or whatever, you might be able to avoid it. But carpet or wood, it's gonna be in there. They piss everywhere. Even when you don't know it, they do. Little fuckers. I like cats, but God, they piss me off. King Tut 11, thank you for the donation. Vienna waits for you. Says after the Super Bowl, is unbreaded touchdown still relevant? Yes.
If I had Elon Musk money, I would have bought an ad spot at the Super Bowl for unbreaded.
Just have him touchdown on paper, unbreaded. just that. Oh my gosh. Jensen Zeiger says, I'm glad not every prosecutor is as corrupt as Binger, but that doesn't mean that they need to be this boring. You know what? The prosecutor in the Florida case, I mean, I don't know if he's corrupt necessarily, but he's bordering on some incompetence issues, and they're trying to stretch the definition of words, contact, for example, to imply provocation, where Florida law doesn't allow provocation to exist. Words cannot be provocation under Florida law, and they're trying to get the jury with the mnemonic, or I guess, of hearing contact, and then ignoring the fact there was no physical contact initiated by the defendant. So there really shouldn't be a provocation instruction, but they're going to try and get that in there. That's shady. And it's borderline unethical, in my opinion, but but they don't seem to be as bad as Binger yet.
Well, Binger kind of sets the high water mark.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious what his alleged new job is. I'm going to see if I can figure that out.
I want Applebee's manager.
The W Colonial Boy says, so you're not a Jew? WTF? No, I'm not Jewish. It's much to Kurt's chagrin. King Tut 11 says, hey Nick, been with you since Rittenhouse. The other night someone mentioned not paying taxes. Could you explain what paying taxes under protest is? Cheers from K's. Look, there are people who advise not to pay taxes. I can't advise that. It would be against my ethical responsibility. It would put my professional license in jeopardy. I would have to suggest that anyone who does not want to pay taxes will be facing potentially the full force of the U.S. government. And I think now is one of those times where they're planning on enforcement. Now, maybe you have a political movement that you want to draw attention to the unjustness of taxation, which I would fully support that movement. But some people may want to forgo taxes for something like that. I can't advise it. Unfortunately, there is a level of speech that is given up to maintain a law license, which is lame, and I think it's garbage, but that's there. So paying taxes under protest is merely paying your taxes, but not agreeing with the concept of taxation, which is what most people end up doing.
And the government is happy to just take your money. They don't need your agreement. They just need your money.
Look, I would simply say this. If you firmly believe that taxation is theft, maximize your tax deductions in the best way possible. I mean, if that's a priority for you, that's the advice I can give. What you do as far as what other people can advise, you do you, man. I'm not here to tell you to pay your taxes. I'm just here to suggest that it's very illegal not to. And the government right now might be trying to crack down on that. Seize the Day says, can I buy a lifeline out of Ottawa, California? Canada. Thank you, truckers. Good luck, man. Brutally Honest Canuckastani says, my handle becomes more popular as each day passes. Brian Law says, my year's been plagued with health issues and bullshit, but my ever supportive wife and good people like you have kept me going. Thank you, brother, for all you do. Hey, thank you, Brian. Keep it up, buddy. Things will get better. Jeff Pearson says the CCP's weakness has always been paranoia. Trudeau's is pride and paranoia. Tam says, serious question. What is the recourse of the people for a tyrannical government? Well, there's a range of options that start with unelections and end with revolution. That's like that. That's the range. That's the range at your disposal. And I'm not particularly advocating for revolution. It is a extremely disruptive and painful and horrific process that involves lots of blood, the chance of failure, the destruction of families. And most people would just like to live quiet existences, unplagued by such concerns. But at some point, things get to a place where that is an option. Typically, we handle it just through elections in the West. That's what we try to avoid the bloody revolution thing. Because that creates a power vacuum, and who comes in after that can be worse. So we try to do it through elections, but the options do span all the way up to 1776, rising again. I'm Brandon, says hello. Hope you're doing well, Brandon and Jenny. Hey, thanks, Brandon and Jenny. I am. Cats with Guns says you're my long lost husband from another life. Emily Wooten says totally off topic, but have you seen Zsa Zsa Gabor's husband's rant? Based? Nope. Ashton Upton says hashtag free Lucas Gerhard. Oh, I read that one. Apex Autist says buy Bitcoin. Daniel says bought a Ridge wallet, use code NOSE, but my military was a better discount, so here's $5 to make it. Up to you. Cheers, mate. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. They're still using my promo code, but they're not currently sponsoring me. I'll have to send them an email and see if they want to change that. Digitalis was going to give you $20, but Susan's a beach. Scotty Do 81 says to my father, Joe, who would have been 71 this February, died in 2005, leaving 3 sons and a disabled wife, worked like a dog until his heart attack at 54. Damn. To Joe. Hopefully he is resting in peace, and his family is resting in peace from the work that he did to help sustain them even in his absence. Daniel says muted. X says say a prayer for Canada, please. Oh, I will say many prayers for Canada. Lancelot 652 says, what's the Adeptus Mechanicus box behind you? Oh, that is the Adeptus Mechanicus trilogy box set. Let's see.
Nerd. Not that I can throw stones. I'm a total nerd.
One stock. It is Priests of Mars, Lords of Mars, and Gods of Mars. The 3 books from the Adeptus Mechanicus. Wolfgang Dale, weren't you commenting on leatherworking the other day?
Oh, I will say I'm a total nerd.
Yeah. That's what makes me like you. Wolfgang Deo says Trump rigged the election for Biden in order to prove he was right about how poor the election was run, as well as pin the media and bureaucracy. That's a joke, YouTube. Calm down. Sir's Business says my country has fallen. Lo-Fi Samurai says cheers, you binger. Your streams help my days as a street sweeper go fast. Keep it up, sir. Thanks. Oh, thank you. Wolfgang Deo says, hey, Nick, why yo opinion sound like compressed poo? No idea. No idea at all. More Unbreaded Havoc says, at the Krigler show has been kicked from the virtual house. Everyone go order some coffee from him. We can't let him go hungry. Wolfgang says, how much to mod Shinchan 256B? Take a poll. No, today he is safe because of his valiant actions on Saturday. Heroism in the face of egregious travesty that is Crying Flash. Because of his bravery on Saturday, he is exempt from today being made a mod again. Bo Jess says, your episode of You Are Here was the funniest thing I've seen in a minute. You guys should make it a regular thing. I'd love to go back and visit again. I would also like to join in on the Slightly Offensive podcast next time I'm down, because that looks fun. In a Rut, welcome to Super Lawyer Status. Dirigo Duke says, thoughts on Palin versus New York Times, tossed while the jury was out. I don't like the process. I haven't looked at the case. I can't tell you on the merits whether it's the right decision. But once you've got a jury out, I'm hesitant to say they should toss a civil suit like that. If you have a criminal suit and you have a clear a clear, ruling on the law of not guilty, then I'm happy to take that burden off of a jury. But a civil suit's a little bit different for me. But I haven't read like I said, I haven't read the thing. Jordan Flata says, "Hey, Nose, are you going to get one of the Canadian truckers of the Freedom Convoy on?" I'm trying to get someone in the official thing on, and I have a contact, and I'm working on it. They're kind of busy though. So I just want to say they're kind of busy with what's been going on. So and I was out, for a couple days down in Texas. So we'll see what we can do. Kevin speaks on it, says, as a Michigander, Northern Michigan is all conservative. Not the college population. That's what happened to Lucas Gerhard, college Karens. Pinata Spanker says, Nick, peanut butter goes on both slices, so the jelly must be spread on the peanut butter. Peanut butter keeps the jelly from soaking through the bread. Respond as Trump, please. This is wrong. This is terrible. What kind of cheap Mexican bread are you using that jelly will actually seep through the bread? No one's ever heard of this. No one's heard of this. Jelly goes on top of the bread. It plants its roots beautifully like a wonderful American family, a legal immigrant family coming in, planting roots into the bread, melding with the peanut butter around them into a wonderful American mosaic, melting pot, if you will, in your mouth. And this idea, I've heard it. I've heard many ideas. They're not very good ones. That jelly should go on the peanut butter and not on the bread. Very un-American. Un-American. Patrick Allen says, was the girl that reported the AR kid named Snow still not right, but changes context? No, her name was not Snow. Levin to Limes, thank you for the donation. Cody, welcome to Lawyer Status. Jason the Great Awakening says, now that the Globo Homo agenda is on full display, I wonder how many in chat are keen for the metaverse. Daniel says, come on, what's in the box? It was a giant gummy worm. Some call it a worm. Some call it a dildo. C Goody says, play that remix video someone asked about from earlier at some point. Bigot. I did. You God, C Goody. Shin Chan says, Cannibal Cop 2, crime doesn't pay, but it is filling. Thomas, welcome. As his member chat says, ribbed for your pleasure. C Goody says, big worm, small urethra. FOG Smitty says, now take your nibble, Lamau. I don't eat gummy anything. I do not eat. I'm certainly not going to take a bite of a giant gummy penis. Seal 77 says, cuckalicious gummy worm. Squeak, did you see that thing?
Yeah, and I know that if you stuff that in your face, people would clip that, and that would just be nonstop on Twitter.
Squeak It's so gross. I just hate gummy things too. Like, I don't like gummy bears. I don't like any of that stuff. Squeak von Mausenmeyer says, where Klaus Schwab stated over half of Trudeau's cabinet are young global leader alumni, and stated one of his proudest achievements was penetrating cabinets. Are they not clearly traitors? Couldn't be clearer. Depends on your definition of traitor, I suppose. Daniel says, take your swing. Nick, get a bite. Heart. I'm Nobody says, Runkle, I hear the U.S.-Canada border is the largest unsecured border in the world, and Nick isn't that far south. Just food for thought. If you need a place to crash, you let me know if things get bad. Aren't you like over on? Aren't you way like west of me?
Yeah, I'm in Alberta, so I think I'm substantially west and a good bit north. Like if I were to walk to the border, I would freeze to death before I got there. That's probably in summer too.
FOG Smitty says, please don't kill your parents with it. I don't want to have to tell the defense attorney how many gummy worms I own. Damn it. Chad Parsons says, not a threat of violence, but would Runkle like to take the world's largest gummy worm to his parliament? Trevor R says, every rancher knows that the most dangerous day on the farm is the day the bull learns that he's stronger than the fence. Spidley says, can the tow truck drivers just tow each other repeatedly and technically comply with the emergency order? Fidel must be proud of his boy. I think what would happen is the government would start calling in So how it works in the States is police departments have towing contracts with companies, and they have service level agreements through contract. I would assume it's similar in Canada. They need to get a vehicle off the road, and they have priority to do so. So I think it would just be forcing them to honor those contracts at the penalty of criminal charges if they don't. Is that fairly safe?
Yeah, I mean, normally the thing is that the tow trucks want the contracts, right? They'll fight over them. This is the only time where they're like, hey, who wants this? And nobody is responding. So these contracts aren't really set up for that, from what I understand. They're basically built to they're built on the assumption that there's going to be, that you're registering to be available for contracts, but not necessarily being mandated to it. And they're going to be able to just tell people, you got to do this.
Ugh. Yeah. Brian Law says, with respect to the Lucas case, whether it's a glow in the dark Binger or some snowflake Karen, social genocide for the bikes win. Social genocide, it says. Just the people who do this, who make it their lives to ruin someone else. The Lucas Gerhardt thing, I didn't talk about why this all started. If anybody wants to know why Lucas Gerhardt is in the situation he's in today, it's because his college had a course with an online message board, right? As many colleges now do, with required participation discussions. And the teacher assigned them to talk about female physical standards for police departments. And Lucas Gerhardt commit the cardinal sin of saying that he did not believe that women were generally suited to be police officers, and that because of that, the physical standards should not be changed, but that if they met the physical standards, that would be fine. That was his sin. That was something that started, I think it was a year or so before this. And from that, he was removed from the police cadet program because of complaints. He was caroned out of classes and out of clubs by the same group of people, all because he gave his opinion that he was required by his instructor to give on the message board as an assignment. It's just bullshit. Love you most 326 says nurses are going to strike like this if Congress caps pay. Sokovian Witch says my dad is a truck driver and he is overwhelmed with the respect that Canadian truckers have gotten. Thanks for everything. They really appreciate it. Contrarian 420 says narrative was collapsing before convoys. It's a honeypot to blame economic issues on anti-establishment and push domestic terrorism powers. Dude, this is what's driving me nuts about the people on Twitter. They're like, oh, they're keeping people from work. And I'm like, the government's been keeping people from work for 2 years now. Various people at various times. The government's doing that. The truckers aren't actually keeping people from work. They may make it more difficult to get there. The government was using force of law to prevent people from working or participating in society. And they're fine with that. But they're mad at the truckers. That kills me. Maladjusted Quest says, Runkle, could you speak to the usage of misfeasance? I've used it against CPS assholes in Sask to great effect.
I mean, that really depends on context. So I'm not sure what they mean there.
I have no idea. No idea at all.
Yes. Yeah, it's tough. They didn't really provide enough context to answer the question.
So apparently they've used it against like child protective services in Saskatchewan, I guess, is the idea.
I mean,
but
they're probably talking about that somebody is, abusing their authority in terms of their role. But child protective services often kind of go off the rails because the most dangerous people in society are the people who think that they're doing good. And child protective services can really fall into that trap if they're not careful to sort of check their work. Because if they assume that you're the bad guy, you're screwed.
Yep.
And
there's not much you can
fall into that. Yeah.
There's not much you can do when kids are involved. They get de facto emergency powers. I mean, that's the terrifying thing about how this stuff works out for Child Protective Services. I hate it. I think Child Protective Services is too ripe for abuse. I'm not a fan.
Well, and everybody thinks they're a badass, and I will tell you that when they've got your kids, you dance to whatever they say to get your kids back.
Yep. It's random username says provinces and territories secession now, bank run, bring it all down. Crusader says Allah casts dark hours and disaster upon Canada. Evie Warner says really confused about where things now stand in Canada. Does Canadian Parliament still need to vote on state of emergency before it goes into effect? It sounds like, if I hear you right, it goes into effect. They have 7 days to ratify it or whatever, and then it has 30 days after that. Is that right?
Well, it's set for a limited time. They've said 30 days, but they've given themselves sort of we could extend this. But yeah,
Sure.
It does have to go back to Parliament to be sort of confirmed. And so that's going to happen in the next, I think, week. And then but the NDPs they've said that it represents a failure of government, but that they're going to vote for it. And I'm like, pick a lane, guys.
Yeah. C. Goody says Citizens versus United. Money talks. Wolfgang says time to invade Canada for taking our speech. Thomas Finton, can we call this crap out for what it is, that being fascism or more so communism, that being the blend of state and corporate power meant to oppress us? Yes, you can. Isaac Bowles says Canada never would have done this if 45th was in office. Dank Count says bring Kyle Rittenhouse down to Ottawa. Emotionally exhausted says the CBC is using stolen data to investigate donors. Banks can seize accounts without court orders, and the unvaxxed can't get on a plane to escape the tyranny. I don't like write your MP's chances.
I mean, I don't think it's got a great chance, but there's not a whole lot of other options. And
yeah, the other options become illegal and carry a massive amount of personal risk very, very quickly. And again, I know how it works in the States. It becomes very, very difficult for any lawyer to advocate for that sort of activity because of our licensure and stuff like that. So now maybe in private, you can get, you can talk to someone about that sort of tactic, but what we're able to say on a public live stream and in accordance with YouTube's terms of service is very, very limited on that front. So there are certainly other options and people may need to explore them. Hopefully they won't. Hopefully the government will not ratify this emergency power and things can maybe calm down. Deathwish says Logalos for the win. Be my Valentine rackets. Okay. Jason of the Great Awakening says they are afraid of freedom. Ponton 21 says Runkle, Big Country, Rush, or the Tragically Hip.
No.
Are those music things?
They are, yeah.
I mean, I recognize Rush, but for me, Big Country is Big Country Roy Nelson from UFC.
Yeah, I'm not sure on that one, but I suspect they're all sort of Canadian, Canadian bands. And
I see.
I mean, these days I'm listening to all sorts of other things, and that's probably not where my tastes really lie.
Gotcha. Eitan Cat says Lester B. Pearson is rolling in his grave. Zeke 2517 says all Canadians should go to the bank tomorrow and withdraw all their money. A run on the banks may change the bankers' minds about collaborating with the government. Maybe. Takeo the Turtle, welcome to paralegal status. Tara Rayner says there was an announcement by Daniel Bulford that a truckload of 2,000 guns are going to be planted in Ottawa around the convoy as a pretext to go in. The guns were stolen from Peterborough. This is essentially martial law, and it's terrifying. The police need to lay dump their badges and remember their oath. Jackson Kai says, it's a really good question. Say they force you to tow a truck at a dangerous angle and it falls on someone. Is that on you or the government? Probably you.
Yeah, it's never on the government.
That's why compelled labor is horrifying. Base Crocodile says, no ballot box, no soap box, only the bullet box. Thomas Fenton says people failed to realize that it's not a democracy, but a constitutional republic built on the freedoms naturally guaranteed to the people that matters. I'm not your buddy guy says, why would immoral people relinquish unmitigated power, let alone not defraud an election to maintain it? It's a question a lot of people are asking. Barb Rogers, Little Miss Sunburn says, Klaus Schwab has Trudeau and half his cabinet in his pocket and openly brags about it. The WEF is pushing a world government run by satanic pedophile death cult. Get wise to it. Jason the Great Awakening says, no, Your Honor, I had 10 kilograms. There are 8 kilograms and evidence is obviously tampered with. Happened to a friend of mine with acid trips and he got off. Well, it's bold. It's a bold strategy. Glad it worked for him. Thoughts and Prayers says, unprecedented emergency act just means Castro is desperate. Fukaboot and find out. Keep it up, Canadians. The honking will continue until the tyranny stops. Ponton 21 says, at the root of it all, elitism. Cancel elitists. Hafty Sazard says, drunkle of the bully. Shin Chan says, we seized 10 kilograms of heroin. Oi, we are delivering this 9 kilograms to lock up. Vey, we are checking in this 8 kilograms of heroin. I see what you did there. Road Trek Girl, welcome to Paralegal. Azathoth says, do you think that you're bad? Do I think that I'm bad? No, I think I'm just average.
I'm all right.
I don't want to say I'm good or anything, but do I think I'm bad? Not really.
It's like the Firefly moment of, a great man shows mercy. I'm a good man. I'm okay.
Yeah. No, it's I don't presume much of anything. Batgoat says, love you, Nick. Prior Lake loves you. Go to heck chat. Hey, thanks, man. Have some good friends in Prior Lake. Phoenix Lord Azerman says, today's Unbreaded brought to you by Runkle the Elf. Tara Rayner says, Admiral Mark Norman, a 30-year career ruined by Trudy. SNC Lavalin, they paid prostitutes and other bribes for Gaddafi's son for contracts, and Trudy tried to help them escape prosecution. We scam and so on. WE scam and so on. Cars in Depth says, Trudeau wants a confrontation. Truckers should tactically retreat and reform as a coast-to-coast convoy. Take away rationale for the Emergency Act. Maybe, but then did the government win? Who knows? Tara says, stop the beastly truckers until they need their parcels. Wait till the giant asses need food or the anorexic needs avocado toast and soy. Sick of them. Wolfgang says, Michigander Irish wristwatch. XL Art says, the Earn It Act is being discussed again in government. Phoenix Lord Asserman's Runkle, when is the next big Canadian election? I think that should be interesting to watch given the protests.
So they have to call them within a certain amount of time, but Canada doesn't have fixed election cycles. They can basically call them at a time that they think is convenient. So the next election is going to be whenever Trudeau thinks he's going to get a majority.
There's some things I hate about your country.
Oh, you and me both. I mean, that is cynical as hell, but really it's the last election, he called it when he thought he was going to get a majority, and then his popularity plummeted.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, at the last moment, so did the Conservative leader, and they ended up, the Liberals ended up with a minority. So,
gosh, and you know what? Liberals hate ending up with minorities. Electric Sheep says, Ian, bless your ivory locks, R.I.P. your liver. Nick, the Omnissiah, has forsaken our land of syrup and smugness. Please send the Emperor's mercy to us all. One nuke incoming. Ray Epps says, thank you for all the information you gave me on your subscribers. Jerry Nadler and his 62-pound diaper appreciate it. I put in a good word for you. Benjamin Beauchamp says, could you please clip the toast to grandfathers you made the other day? My son heard it and it was beautiful, or it was beyond insightful. The other day, didn't I? I thought I did a toast to grandfathers today. I did another one the other day too. Yeah. I don't know where that was.
You give great toast, man. I got to say.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. New dislike button says, well, Runkle, if Canada doesn't work out, you can always move into the Dwemer ruins in Skyrim. I hear they're nice this time of year. Definitely recommend. S. Asp says, liberate Canada, make America's hat great again. Seriously, time to annex Canada. Trudeau's training of the CCP military should have been cause for regime change by U.S.
We have got oil.
Yeah, no kidding. Tons of it, too. Bad Dragonite says, your shirt is falling apart unthreaded. You're going to buy a car on credit. You're a thriving criminal group in the future. Mega City 1, undreaded. Donnie Z says, when it's over, we'll put that liar on a wall and inject him with all of Canada's unused shots consecutively. Appropriate punishment. Drew T says, libs, Dems ruin the country. Cons, GOP pretend to stop them and fight for nothing. It's a duopoly. Blake Pritchard says, convoy leader, former sniper, warns that 2,000 rifles were stolen last night in Peterborough. Suspects false flag in Ottawa similar to Coots. Guns will be planted to delegitimize convoy. And that's what I said. I was mentioning this. Someone was talking to me about it, and I was like, they don't really need to do anything because they can just do a false flag. And it's false flags have been used by basically every major government to disrupt political protests for decades. It's not a conspiracy. It's not like an abstract theory. It happens all the time. The only time it becomes a conspiracy is when it's done to the other side.
I mean, the joke you'll hear from people who go to protests is look around and, you see the guy, like, look at their boots. And there's usually some guy throwing rocks at the cops who's wearing cop boots. And you're like, okay, cool. That's what we're doing now. Meanwhile, the police are going, somebody's throwing rocks at us, so now we can shoot tear gas.
Yep.
And, meanwhile, it's a cop throwing rocks at the cops. That happens all the time. Just absolutely.
Eric Winberg says, Runkle must read Poutine Strangler Manifesto. It's a Poutine Strangler?
I have no idea, but I'm terrified.
I hope so. Mike says, when people ask me how I'm doing, I have started answering unbreaded. Most people look at me weird, but once in a while they crack up. It's a secret handshake. Oh, I finally made it. I finally made the big time. I went in to get my nasal spray steroid for this stupid taste thing. And the pharmacist looks at me and says, do you have a YouTube channel? Ricada Law? And I was like, I do. And she said, someone shared it on Facebook. And I was like, someone in my town finally, that I don't know, finally recognized my channel. It was amazing. I felt so happy. I immediately texted my wife.
I got that effect really early on because I do gun law and I spend time in the firearm community. So it's like my followers were really targeted. And so I'd go into gun stores and people would be like, you're that guy. And I'm like, yes.
I got recognized. This would have been like two years ago. I was driving to Texas, and right across the border from Oklahoma to Texas on 35, the first gas station you can stop at, there's a big fried pies store. And fried pies are exactly what it's like, pie filling and it's crust, and then they deep fry it. They're so good. And so I stopped to get fried pies because my kids had never had them. It's like, oh, we're gonna get some fried pies. So I stopped, and I'm sitting there, and I order them, and I'm just on my phone waiting, and they call my name, and I go up, and the girl's handing me the pies, and she says, I know you. I watch your YouTube show. And I was like, oh fuck, can I eat these? I was like, oh, do you? And she's like, yeah, I love it. It was someone who found out about me through the Vic stuff, and they're like, they were a supporter, and I was like, oh, thank God. I thought there would be razors and thumbtacks in this, but I never got recognized in my own town. It was so weird. I was like, okay, well, it's fine by me, but now it's over.
Yeah, that moment where you're like, I don't know if this person serving me food likes me or not, so I'm going to go throw up in the back.
MK says, I want to Photoshop a deep fake of something stupid. Any suggestions? No, I can't suggest that. Do whatever you want, man. Brian says, enjoy your show. Watched all through my deployment, laughed my ass off then, and still do with all your videos unbreaded. Generic says Canada is now under martial law because Trudeau's ego was bruised by a bunch of rowdy truckers. This fucking country, man. West Colonial Boy says, Runkle, what do you think about my Canadian hottie, Candice Bergen? Is she as great as she sounds / looks?
She's the interim leader, so don't get too attached because one of the rules is that she can't become the full leader. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what she gets up to in the meantime. She looks like she's making some waves. And for the guy who wants to do the Photoshop, Harris and Murphy, combine that somehow.
Matthew Harris, not Kamala Harris.
Correct, Matthew Harris.
Poorly redacted says, managed to make it through my 29th Valentine's Day as a virgin. Feel free to take a shot either in celebration or in shame. Your choice, moral man. Look,
I
man,
hope life gets better for you, man.
I will say that I am a huge fan of not being a virgin for myself, but if people are choosing that path for their own purposes or their own morals or whatever, I'm married, so I'm within my morality. But if you are on that path for either your morals or just your personal preference, cheers to you, man. You do you. Don't let 29 years and don't let anybody shame you for your choices. Or if they do shame you, listen to it and go, I agree, I disagree, or fuck you. Those are your options. It's good. Good times. Cheers. Jason the Great Awakening says 2 weeks to flatten the curve ruined everything. We know. Wolfgang Deo says sometimes the loss of one or both parents leads to a really, really tasty meal, an impounded SKS, and then a gummy dildo in the mail. Damn it. Okay. Wolfgang Deo says there's a difference between being a weird and a pedo. That is correct. Brittany Venti says, what is Runkle's secret to youth? He looks young.
Scotch. Drink more scotch.
Elixir of the gods. Wayne Smith, what is your go-to scotch, by the way?
Right now, I like the Aaron 10-year. That is a friend of mine got me a bottle of that, and I tried it, and I was just like, oh, this is going to be an expensive gift, isn't it?
Did I mention to you the cask finish Aaron's? The different casks that they do?
Yes, I got to try to find it. I haven't been able to find anything other than just like the basic errands here.
Sure.
But there's a liquor store that sort of carries a variety, and I haven't been there in a while. I've got to go check them out.
Yeah, I saw my local had the port cask in, and I almost bought it. It's good. That's the one. Port cask.
You mentioned the port cast was good, and the other one was not so good.
Yeah, it's the Saturnus, which is a wine.
Right. Yeah.
Well, port's a wine too, but it's Saturnus is a white grape, I believe. And yeah, it tasted like bad wine. That's what the whiskey tasted like to me. It's like, that's not what I want. I don't, when you buy like a $10 bottle of Barefoot wine or something,
yeah.
And then you like let it sit for 6 months and it kind of gets kind of a little stanky. That's what, like, you're like, oh, look, I've got a bottle of wine in the fridge. I wonder when this got here. And you take a sip and you're like, whoa, oh, that's what it tastes like to me. And I like scotch. So it was, Wayne Smith says, rackets, I won't take the piss out of you. Your barber has already done that. Oh, thanks. STFU says, paint me like one of your French girls, Adrian. Yeah, there you go. Hallucinosis says, someone please ask Runkle how his hair was transformed to light cyan. Also, please make sure he isn't ingesting silver compounds.
Yeah, there's no colloidal silver here. I'm not going to turn into a Smurf.
Phoenix Lord Azerman says, does that mean 2024 will be Biden / Kiro the Wolf? God, I hope so. I am nobody. Oh, wait, shit. Mandy Karavicha says, Nick, if Runkle's wig fell off, would you feel sorry for him and take off your toupee? I don't have a toupee. It's my hair. It's just hair.
Yeah, no, this is real. If I was going to wear a wig, I'd probably wear something that's actually got, color to it.
I am nobody says 42. That's older than rackets. Runkle must actually be an elf and also know the answer to the meaning of life, the universe, and everything. Tara Rayner says, your haircut is better than the Binger D-bag faux hawk. Thank you for the chuckle. Been a rough day. I'm considering illegally immigrating south. Well, best of luck to you, Tara. Hopefully everything works out. Jason, the Great Awakening says, another plot twist. Trans Department of Energy top-level access is Q clearance. Hafty Sazard says, Ian, don't be ashamed of crossing streams. 200-Watt Studio says, Black Bush is the best, like Halle Berry or Tyra. Stop. Jason, the Great Awakening says, RCMP will pay for their treason in other ways. They lost respect on the world stage, cucking to the global homo agenda. Death Trout says, Runkle is the new Lord of the Rings show, racist against your people.
Yes.
I think so. I think so. Look, I've said this. I know it's probably going to be a giant disaster. But if it's a giant disaster with elf boobs, I'm in.
Also, it is racist against my people, and I demand compensation. Financial compensation. Send me the dollars.
I agree. Free Amazon Prime for Runkle forever. Daniel
or
says,
a cameo.
Just you majestically notching an arrow in a longbow and launching it into the sky. That'd be beautiful. Daniel says, couple bucks for a shot, fellas. Good show. Cheers. Say thank you, Daniel. Spencer Everhouse says, Happy New Year's, Beak brother. Your streams help me get through night shift. Philip Booty says, how is being a leather worker being a nerd? Come on now.
I mean, one of the things I'm making with leatherwork is a D&D spell book, so I feel like I got that one.
You nailed it. You 100% have the nerd cred that everyone is looking for. That's perfect. Do you play 5th edition?
I do.
What's your 5th edition go-to class and subclass? I just want to know.
I like to mix it up. Right now I'm in a group where I'm playing a gnomish wizard. So
what? Yeah, but what subclass? What do you got?
Conjurer? Because I'm playing a very larcenous gnomish wizard, and Conjurer. I mean, it's not great mechanically, but it's fun for that purpose.
It doesn't. That's the thing. A lot of people, because you can go and find like all these builds on great mechanics or whatever, but sometimes it's just fun. My last one was a warlock that was it was a Pact of the Tome warlock pledged to the Archlich Ruth Bader Ginsburg. So it was undead or undying or whatever. And his name was Syl Blinton. And my entire job, we had a paladin in the party, but our party was pro kobold slavery. And so the paladin was lawful good, and I had to keep making persuasion checks to convince him that what we were doing was good for the youth, the kobold youths, the social programs.
Oh, that's terrible.
And the undead warlock subclass sucks. It's terrible. You'd much rather play a hexblade or a fiend or something, but it was it was for the memes. It was way fun.
I've played some ridiculous characters just because they're freaking hilarious to play.
Yep, that's where the magic in D&D is. Poorly Redacted says, did you happen to see the ATF's Valentine's Day tweet? Kind of feels like wall territory. Yes and yes. Wolfgang Deo says, jelly goes on the peanut butter because Nick no like it. Wick Dipper says, all your opinions are wrong, you Philistine who eats PB&J with butter. I do. I revel in the wrongness of it, but I still put my jelly on the bread. TJ says, you and Elijah were funny as fuck together. I'd love to see you on Slightly Offensive. That would be epic. Can't wait to see you two back on a stream again. Fantastic. Barb Rogers, Little Miss Sunburn says, Klaus Schwab thinks he's Emperor Palpatine. 200-Watt Studio says, I have people I know in Canada. They say they are for the working class, but are for the emergency powers. Example of excuses. Trucks produce gas fumes and are therefore dangerous. I kid you not.
Oh, man.
The gas fumes will increase as the trucks drive. Like they do, like those trucks idling, that is less fumes being produced. An idling engine is using less gasoline over a period of time and producing less exhaust over a period of time. They're actually better for the, never mind. Wolfgang says, may as well drive into cities and honk intermittently at night while passing through just to warm them up for when the trucker convoy comes for government. Jason the Great Awakening says, anti-trucker people are so starving and never grew a vegetable that they've never gone without a meal. Get used to what you asked for. Wolfgang says, I watched CNN for the first time in a while, raw, when I was at Wiener Schnitzel. The guy handed me my food. We chatted about Ukraine and election fraud. Still talking about it. Probably happened, is what he said. So, Barb Rogers, Little Miss, why are you sending me these super chats that tread the line on this stuff? This is not my statement, YouTube. The election was legit perfectly, and everybody loves Joe Biden. Barb Rogers, Little Miss Sunbird says, I'm going to call in an invasion of 20,000 flying saucers to save planet Earth from this mess. You'll see. Peter Keys says, maybe the Canadian government will break out the sprinklers on the truckers like the protesters here in New Zealand. Rocket Propelled Guy says, truckers could be here, he thought. I've been self-quarantining. There could be truckers everywhere. The loud horns felt terrible against his bare eardrums. I hate truckers, he thought. William Barnes says, the Second Amendment is the defense against tyranny. The Constitution is a threat from the people, not a promise from the government. Assassination was always intended to be a valid form of voting. Crusader Saracen says, Canada has not been sovereign in over 200 years. Trudeau, this tepid minstrel clown, I will resume mocking him. Crackpot, sometimes reasonable men must do unreasonable things. Marvin Heemeyer. Yes. This is are you familiar with the Killdozer?
Yep.
That was that guy's manifesto. Oh, I got to do a Killdozer manifesto stream. I'm doing Unbreaded all this time. We got to do the Killdozer. His manifesto said, sometimes reasonable men must do unreasonable things. And I was like, people will write their entire lives and not have such a profound statement come out of them.
That is a really good line.
That guy was great.
Also, I mean, I wouldn't go on the Killdozer rampage, but just the thing that he's building is super cool.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, I'd kind of want to own one of those.
They're so scared of that fucking Killdozer. When they took it, they disassembled it and sent parts to different dumpsters all over, like different dumps all over the country. They dispersed its ashes across the entire country because they were afraid that someone would buy it as a novelty and rebuild it.
It's like what people did with like people they thought were vampires.
Yes.
Like
they were so scared of the Killdozer and the image of the Killdozer that they broke it up into pieces and sent it everywhere. God, it's great. Now they've sprinkled the seeds of liberty across the country. May it grow. Her Skeletal says, hey guys, can't sleep. Beyond frustrated with my country today. Thanks for being entertaining. Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, I feel that.
Gator5266, thank you for the donations. Wolfgang says, I like hearing the disclaimer. I see lizard peoples. Marcel DeFore says, it wasn't the Mighty Fleet or some new weapon. It was a drill instructor named Honk that brought down the government. Thank you. Thank you for that. Bad Dragonite says Elon Musk should donate Cybertrucks to the truckers. And then Scarlock says Killdozer is now Exodia. If you assemble all 5 parts, you can instantly overthrow any government. Okay. That's it. That's the chat. Anything you want to say, Runkle, before we go?
I mean, I'm really worried about where this goes. I went and bought extra dog food today because you know what? If I starve, that's fine. I don't want to watch my dog starve. That's so I don't know what's going to happen, but if stuff gets really chaotic, I want to make sure the doggos are eating. That's, I guess, where I'm sitting here.
Yeah, I mean, that's tough. That's actually a real concern because, you know, you can always kind of get by on ramen or rice or peanut butter or whatever, cereal.
I got rice and beans. I mean, you can live on it. It'll suck, but I would have a real tough time watching the dogs be hungry. I couldn't do it.
Yeah. And that's something I hadn't thought of. And I will have to soon, as we are acquiring something that people call a dog, but it's like this little thing you can pick up with fingers or whatever.
Little
Gross.
rat thing.
It's a little pug. Lady Rackets likes pugs. So
Pugs are cute, but they're tiny.
yeah, and they think they're bigger than they are.
Little
Wolfgang-
dogs always think they still think they're like a giant wolf, and it's hilarious, but also kind of like, oh.
Yeah. Wolfgang Deo says you starve until you eat the dog. That's the dogs disappeared from Greece, from what I hear, pretty quickly a couple years back. And that's it. That's the whole show. So again, ladies and gentlemen, I would encourage you to click on the description, click on Runkle's name, and go check out his channel, check out his videos, especially check out the one today breaking down all of this stuff in depth on what the government has done with the Emergency Powers Act. And you know, he also does good gun content and other stuff over there in Canadianistan as well. As for me, you know, you can follow me here as you do, but you can also follow me on ricadalaw.locals.com for free. There will be some exclusive local stuff coming up in the very, very near future. I have developed a new recipe with some bison meat that I've been able to eat, and it's delicious, and I've been making it. So I'll probably make some of that in the next couple days here, and I'll do a cooking stream over there. FOG Smitty says, I've never played D&D, Dad. Can you come play? Man, if I had, I would love to play D&D. Finding the time to do it is the hardest part in this crazy social media schedule that I have. And S Cybertaz says, name the pug Phil. Snorts intensify. That'd be good. It's a female pug. Its name will be Sunny, apparently. So it was named by my daughter.
I was going to say, you got outvoted by a kid, didn't you?
I have, you know, like Pilot or whatever. I've washed my hands of all of it. I'm doing this. I don't have time to deal with a dog. There's so much work, and they're not my cup of tea in general. I don't hate dogs, but the amount of effort that needs to be put into actively monitoring them and making sure that they go outside and all that stuff, that's for the kids to do. That's not for me. I'm not going to be able to do it. I have too much other stuff going down. Wolfgang Deo says Vax doesn't work. Peace. Thank you, Wolfgang, you son of a bitch. All right, guys, that's the show for tonight. Thanks, Runkle, for joining me. I really appreciate having the company. And
happy to be here and just to be able to share my ranty rage on this one.
Yeah, it's good. I hope for the best outcome. I fear for the worst for you guys. So
there's some real bad possibilities on this one, and it's we'll see what happens. But I have concerns, to say the least.
Well, we'll see. All right, guys. Peter Keys says the side effects let you know the vax is working. Prime Minister Ardern. And then Wolfgang Deo says, by the way, it is like a freedom of navigation transit. There you go. Okay, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Y'all have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow, 7:30 in the morning. That's just in 4 hours. Peace.
Oh, I'm sorry, man.
No, it's not your fault at all. I do a night show and a morning show, and I sleep between them sometimes. Y'all have a good night. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lafroig, the spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter. It's the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the wrong better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the team post on Twitter as we hear Lost Blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the wrong better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have.